Alrighty. Greetings, everybody. My apologies for being late, as well as being absent for the past 2 days. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we begin, first, our lovely chatters, I'll greet them. Hello, Mr. Jason. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well today in body and mind, good sir. And at the very least, one of those two things. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. I don't have any other current active chatters, so I believe we can move to thanking our this month's cycle's financial contributors. Let me go ahead and toggle that over. Today is the last day of that cycle before before I have to switch out the panels. So I'm gonna just quickly flash through these. I don't have any subscribers, patrons, or one-off donators or one-time contributors, but I would like to thank Razby for being a continuing Valkyrie tier member over at the Coffee website. I do thank you again for that contribution, good sir. It matters more than I could express. I hope you enjoy all the benefits that come along with that. And if you guys want your names on these placards, I read them as part of the appreciation at the start of every stream, give or take a couple of minutes. Any of the avenues in the link tree or in the description should be the link tree on the YouTube side. Feel free to click around on any and all of that stuff. And I promise you, you will find more information than you know what to do with. Mr. Jason says you might have seen today, but I put out a PSA in the TCC. I have not seen it yet, but I've been slow to get my footing back on. Just in terms of my routine and everything. Let's go ahead and play the camera minigame, everybody. We all love this minigame. Coin has to take a couple of seconds and, fiddle with the screen to get it right. I think I have it. I have it in a good position. I'll definitely read that PSA either during break or I'll read it at the end of stream. One of those two things, Mr. Jason. You have my word on that. Let's see. Any bookkeeping things? No, not particularly. Oh, well, there is the stuff I ground up during the last client job. But I'll get to that momentarily. First, a recap. Last time, we started going through the Pikida region in full. We started in Sky, made our way to surface, and then began tackling the labyrinth. Additionally, a T-spill happened. You guys might have noticed the really weird, out-of-place thumbnail today and yesterday when I was supposed to have streamed this. That's to poke fun at the fact that lifting my computer to clean up a T-spill ended the stream, basically. So sorry about that. I did cut that out of the YouTube VOD using the in-house YouTube editors, so that should just not be there now, but that is what happened last time. Let's move on to the bookkeeping. I did manage to fight a couple of things in the process of just going through and mapping out the various field bosses and things. I've put some stars around things I want to attempt to find at a later time. I feel we've gone entirely too long without progress, so I want to do that today. But over the course of the last client job, last week, I did go through and started marking all of the elite enemies that I've been killing. There are some things that got a star. Some chests got a star. We'll grab those later. There are a lot of other things that got stars because I wanted to show them on camera. At the very least, some of these I know are Phantom Ganon spots, and I don't want to do that until you guys see it on the screen. Let me catch up with chat here, and we'll continue onward. Mr. Jason says, I've just figured out why you couldn't see it, Mr. Coin. I apparently didn't have the permissions to see the verified streamer lounge, and you'll fix that momentarily. Very well. And I'll make sure to take a look at that again, either during the first couple of breaks or after the stream is over, at my earliest possible convenience. So let's see. Let me just get this map set up real quick. So how has everyone been these past few days? I do apologize for the hectic schedule. And it's assuredly not going to get any better. I don't even know if I have a client job yet for the 4th. I think I might have mentioned that the 4th of October might be a little bit of a hairy spot as far as the stream schedule is concerned. That has devolved a bit. It's gotten worse. I don't even know. As soon as I do know, you guys will get an announcement, of course, but I don't even know if the clients are going to be doing what they had told me they were going to be doing when I discussed it with them at the end of the last client job. I'll keep my ears and eyes peeled and let you guys know as changes develop. If you guys want to follow along as we collect Korok seeds and go through and do various things inside The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, for you guys on Twitch, if you type in !TOTKMAP, that's all one word, all 7 letters, into the chat. You'll get the object map. I give you a link to the object map that has been graciously sourced by Mr. NK Plays. And I use that to help me pinpoint Korok seeds, because I can't be arsed to go find 300 rocks and pluck them. That's still just too much rock picking. So I'm definitely using some assistance to help me with that. Or just anything else, really. If you set it up right, you can even have this thing filter all the field bosses and stuff for you. It takes a little bit of work, but you can do it. Mr. Jason says, essentially, Mr. Coin, you were in an Animal Crossing New Horizons stream before you went live, where the streamer had 1 follower and was so brand new, and one person was in the chat trying to scam them by adding them on Discord to share their projects. The typical graphic design artist scammer or other, yeah. They certainly do get bolder by the day, I'll tell you that. So Mr. Jason goes on to say, I put out a PSA with the scammer's name to all verified streamers. Okay. I'll take a look at that, and if I need to, I'll add it to the blacklist of, like, blocked Discord users. Thank you very much. This probably goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. If you guys meet such individuals on my Discord, please let me know at your earliest convenience, so that I can block them and have them removed from the Discord. Because just like with the TCC, I don't want scammers in our midst. I really, truly don't. I would hate for something to happen something bad to happen to one of my audience members, you know, because a scammer happened to get in. Mr. Jason says it was a Twitch username. Understood. And I suppose that goes for the Twitch side too, but our audience is pretty tightly knit. I feel confident that that will, that the scammers will be revealed for everyone to see. Mr. Jason goes on to say, I'm still very proud of Alex, our client representative manager. I've been able to put an eye in the TCC here and there. I've been busy, and other stuff has been going on in life lately. I apologize for the I think we're looking for, there's supposed to be 4 consoles, right? Life has just not been easy lately. At least for me. Mr. Jason says I've not had to remind Alex once. Awesome. That's always good when your Discord community is operating smoothly. There are a few communities I could think of where people operate smoothly. Okay, I need to figure... Usually these prophecies have a quest I could use to help me find these, help me find the North Lome prophecy. That's it, right there. Something funny happened years ago, Mr. Coin. What's up, Mr. Jason? I presume this is in regard to the TCC, but I'm waiting with eager ears. And while I'm waiting, I can safely say that I have shared my photoshopping capabilities with some of the wider world. I have put I took a picture of myself. I don't normally make edits to those. Okay, they're just at the ends. All right, let's drop down. They're at the ends. We just need to, like, make our way there. Let me just do a little bit of tracing with the eye. Okay, I found it. 1. Just gonna put some marks on this. 3, 4, 5. All right. Mr. Jason says, someone joined my Discord who had a corporate job. Awesome. And the company that they worked for also had a Discord. And they said that my Discord looked more professional than the company they worked for. That's awesome. You love compliments like that? Yeah, you've worked really hard on it, right? You've gone the extra mile to do your research on corporate positions and, you know, how things are supposed to be structured in corporate. You and I have talked about this at length. I think that's good. The only thing that's always a work in progress is, like, separating, you know, what the clients need to know versus you know, what the clients don't need to know or don't need to see. That's always a work in progress. That's not like a rag or anything. I'm simply saying the structure is always being curated. After all, clients don't normally need to see Discord visibility statistics. That's kind of something that just... Oh. That's funny. I used the incorrect map to mark pins. Love that for me. It's still in the same spots, though. Let's see. Mr. Jason says exactly. The TCC is no longer viable to run it all by yourself. And I assume as it gets bigger, and I think it will, you'll be working toward, although it's real funny that, wait, are these mirrors of each other? Yeah, they look like mirrors. So I should just be able to, like, mark the ground and use that in order to navigate toward the next one. Okay, let's try it. I wasn't even aware I was doing this before. But like I was saying earlier, just gonna do that here. As the Discord gets bigger, you know, eventually that lineup of Discord management tools will also include bot management tools. Not saying we don't have any. I think we have a couple lying around, but bots will help make your life and that of your mods and administrators that much easier. I think I run no less than, like, the bot tools will be different because the TCC is not the same place as a personal Discord. You know, even with, like, verified streamer accounts, although the overlap will probably get a lot closer because being a verified streamer is now, like, the much bigger deal, whereas before it was the Super Mario Maker troll community. That's not to say they're not a big part, just that the goals have shifted. I have to figure out where I went wrong here. Okay, I've blanked on what I'm trying to say. Mr. Jason says we already have a U.S. president and vice president for U.S. ops. Yeah, me and Haru, right? As you go on to allude to in the next comment. Yeah, of course. I'm hoping that. I'm hoping I'll be able to start, you know, resuming the. Oh, right. These pins are still on the ground. Okay. I just have to bear that in mind. Mr. Jason says, precisely, Mr. Coin, it has shifted from Super Mario Maker 2 and shall not shift back until Super Mario Maker 3. By the time, you know, SMM 3, Super Mario Maker 3 does happen, the Discord might be big enough where you might need to consider maintaining both. You know, the whole you can walk and chew bubblegum idea, right? What I imagine is instead of there being a Discord focus, it's just that that part of the community will become more active again, more than anything. And that's totally fine. But I think we have the infrastructure that we can maintain both both focuses at once. I think if we had maybe half the number of people, I would probably be more in agreement with you. Let me just put some pins here. And another pin right over there. It certainly is interesting tech. Also, I guess by putting the pins here, right, you know, on the ground map, and then referring back to the sky map, you don't have to worry about... Okay, why am I unable to get out all of a sudden? There we go. I think if the Discord were half the size, you know, the structure was half the size, then we'd have to pick. But we're at that stage where I think we kind of don't have to pick. And that'll get much better as we continue to get, you know, new admins and such. Mr. Jason says, I agree. A new challenger has joined joined us recently. I did see a couple of new challengers in the Discord. Not enough to know names, but enough to know that there were some. But that's awesome. Even when the Super Mario Maker community is kind of in a lull right now, there are still people that are aware of the troll castles and the Discord, and that's great. Mr. Jason says, I wish them the best, but they have a huge hill to climb. That they do. But with any luck, and, you know, a huge modicum of skill, they'll be able to climb that hill to battle the castle and conquer the fortress, as it were. That's how I would see it. Even if really, I think it's more advantageous to not view trolls as like this monolith to solve. Well, they're meant to be solved, but they're not like a. How do I word this? And this is kind of hard to word. There's only but so much skill you're going to be able to apply to troll levels. Like there is a great deal of skill, but it's some of it comes down to like RNG manipulation, and even then, that has a limit. Like especially if you've ever seen, oh god, it's the freaking geek level. It's the casino built for Carl Sagan 42, and that casino level with the subset of trolls were all RNG manipulation. It was luck. There were some things you could do in order to make your experience easier, but whether or not you got to keep your progress or whether or not you got set back was all kind of up to random chance. Oh, that series is... That little level that both Freaking Geek and Carl Sagan 42 made separate videos on, fantastic. If you want like hours of laughs, watch those. Mr. Jason says, with my Super Mario Maker 2 levels, Mr. Coin, you won't sugarcoat it. When I say only 7 have survived this series, you absolutely mean the words. That's certainly true. Well, hold on, though. When you say only 7 have survived the series, you're talking about, like, the people that have completed all the levels, right? Because there's, like, a distinction between people who complete the levels, you know, without assistance in a gauntlet of sorts, versus people who kind of just explore it. The Troll Castle Legends, exactly. Okay, I am definitely missing something here. The question is, what? I need to get back around is what's going on. I might want the sky map for this one. You work hard for that title? All 95 levels? 0 hints? Yeah, that sounds rough. Good luck to those that pursue that. I am not really like. Okay, this is a platforming game, right? This is like an action adventure game with platforming elements. The platforming in Super Mario Maker 2 is completely different. That is not really my cup of tea. I'm happy. I'm somewhat happy that I am not pursuing that challenge. Hello, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. and hopefully you enjoy your stay. Mr. Shiny says you've just successfully defeated the final boss of the Breath of the Wild Master Mode. Nice. That's awesome. Because I know Phase 1 definitely had to be really hard. You know, on top of just getting there. You've come in just in the nick of time, Mr. Shiny. I am trying to get unconfused with pathing back to this last terminal. Not going all that great at the moment. I just need to pay attention. Mr. Jason says, I'm switching back over here. We offer an option to drop down to a Troll Castle Completionist. Yep, that was the one I was talking about. With unlimited hints, but you cannot just jump back up. Of course, you have to start over. Makes sense. Mr. Shiny says the route to final boss was more difficult than the final boss himself. Yeah. Knowing what I know about Breath of the Wild now, yeah. I kind of agree with that. Okay. I gotta lock in a second. So, we're trying to, like... Do we need to pathfind back up top? Or do I need to pathfind a different place? Okay, I'm gonna find out. Oh, well... I think I have my answer. Because if I look here... Yeah, we have to go back to the entrance is what it is. Mr. Jason says, you can sure haven't skipped. Quoting the late great the great Satoru Iwata, excuse me. He said, on my business card, I am a corporate president. In my mind, I am a game developer, but in my heart, I am a gamer. That's the right mentality to have. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Iwata, and I truly do mean that. On my Mr. Coin, it said, on my business card, I'm an executive chair. In my mind, I am a gamer, but in my heart... Oh, what heart? I am the final boss of the Troll Castle Challenge. Yep, classic troll. Okay. I think it's like right here. Yeah, okay. So like back through here. Hold on. Yeah, because unlike there's no jet like there was in the last one, I kind of have to I kind of have to like just painstakingly path my way around back to the front. Thankfully, at least this part, I don't have to use energy if I don't want to. Or, stamina. Excuse me. Mr. Shiny says the Phase 2 can be a real pain in Master Mode, though, due to the HP of the enemy. Oh, yeah, you know what? I forget that. It's not just double damage, it's also health recovery. It's both. Oops. Let me make sure I've got that right. Click through here. Yeah, okay, let me do that and maybe carefully control my descent here. Game, would you like to jet me up any? I'd like to actually sit here a second. Okay, I can read. Due to HP recovering, but that doesn't apply to beasts like me. Fair enough, Mr. Shiny. Fair enough. It sounds like it wasn't all that... It was painful, but not all that difficult. I'm hoping that is correct. Either that or the confidence is just very, very strong, and that's not necessarily a bad thing either. Mr. Jason goes on to say, I am supposed to be a villain after all. That's not necessarily true. I sort of liken a troll creator to being a soft-hearted devil, to borrow the lexicon from Fallout New Vegas and its reputation system, where it's like, yeah, you have a wicked reputation, but the people that actually know you and know, you know, how you truly are deep down, know that that's the devilish part of the persona is a mask, or is something meant to interface with the world. That's the way I like to look at it. Internal perspectives notwithstanding. Mr. Jason says, most people in the TCC are happy to be staff, but when they are acknowledged for doing their tasks excellently, politely decline invitations to the board. Yeah, some people just want to only have time for one thing, one extra thing, and that staff position is it, and that's totally fine. Mr. Jason says, but you're only looking for your most trusted friends for the board. Makes sense. Mr. Shiny says, I've made a decision not to use any of the top 2 armor sets. Instead, you've used a set provided to you after completing all shrines. Oh, the tunic or the set of the wild. I think that's the correct one. Presuming that my memory is in fact not terrible with Breath of the Wild armor set. Just, due to the fact, I don't know, we've actually, seen it together, my lovely senators and inductees. We've actually seen it together. Yes, the Hero of the Wild set, Mr. Shiny says. Good. I'm glad my memory was good on that. Mr. Jason says, I can understand totally, but the board are powerful decision makers. They can influence all departments of the entire company. So if one department isn't running as optimally, they can, on the board, suggest changes. Yeah. I would enjoy some offered power if I was just staff. I think there's something to be said, right? Like, I hate the idea that, oh, the people that desire power desire a position of leadership are bad for leadership. I kind of don't think that way. It's the quality of... You need different mindsets at different times. When there are times of strife and company unrest, perhaps the unwitting leader may be a tad bit better. Okay, so we have this. There's supposed to be some pathway for sure. Right? I don't have to rocket into this. Sorry if I'm not being extra chatty at the moment. Imagine if Master Mode had double the Koroks. No, thank you. What do you think to that as well? Just absolutely not. I am fine with the 900 that are in Breath of the Wild, and I say fine as in air quotes. And I certainly don't want more or double that number. Mr. Shiny says, I haven't used the Barbarian set nor the Ancient set, even though they would improve your power level significantly. The Ancient set's pretty good. If you want decent defense, or if you want the Soldier set level defense, but you do actually want a set bonus, and you use Ancient weapons, it's a pretty good one. And especially if you're fighting Guardians or Guardian-type enemies. Barbarian set, you don't trade off that much defense, and you do get a pretty sizable attack boost. They're both pretty good armor sets. Mr. Jason says, I love your streams, Mr. Quinn. Thank you. Appreciate the flattery. I just wish I were better at talking and gaming. I could just chill out because 1 minute before we go live, the business hours, the daytime business hours end. I see. So the stream is after a quote-unquote, or perhaps not quote-unquote, hard day's worth of work. Understandable. Okay. I can't zoom in any further. What the heck? We've activated 3 terminals. The last terminal's in there. Okay, I need to do this so that I know... I know what I know the correct route going in. I'm gonna attempt to fuse, I'm gonna fuse rockets onto these. Let's see. Let me go back to chat here, and then we can keep moving. Ancient set is the best set in the game, in your opinion, Mr. Shiny says. I would agree with that, at least from the combat standpoint. Its set bonus provides an indirect attack buff that can stack with attack up 3 meals. Yeah, that's something worth considering, too, is that, you know, you get the attack boost and you get the, you know, benefit of using specific, like, buffed weapons. I think it's a pretty good one. But if you don't have a surplus of ancient weaponry or anything like that, you're certainly not going to miss out by not having the set. I almost scrambled some wires. Let's not do that. Mr. Jason says, unless emergency meetings occur, you're basically me right now during U.S. operating hours. I don't think I'm that prominent, but I appreciate the comparison. Mr. Shiny says, Barbarian set is second due to providing a more universal attack buff that sadly can't go beyond stage 3. I agree. Okay, I'm gonna save this. I think I might be able to load it before the rockets are used. That's rocket number 1. Oh, I don't think I can do that twice. I don't think I could do that twice. Yeah, absolutely not. Alright, let's load. Can't cheat. Dang it. It's not for a lack of effort. We gotta figure out where the gust of air is and ride that up. That's about the only way forward. And if the game cheats me under 2 rockets, I'm gonna be upset. Mr. Jason says, I mean, rank-wise, you know, between you and Jamie, when you two finish your day at 5:59, there's no other person before you, Mr. Coin. That's fair. Yeah, I'm aware that a sitting, you know, branch president has a lot of power. Oh, okay. Oh. Are you serious? I didn't look, did I? I didn't look. All right. Ah. Okay. I forgot these things are one-sided. Let's see if the soundboard works. I reinstalled it. Oh, yeah, I suppose I could talk about that. Oh my goodness. Yesterday was a complete just mess. I am so sorry for that, guys. Okay, soundboard does work. Good. So yesterday, about 30 minutes before the stream, right? So, and I apologize if I don't respond all that much to comments. Story time, what can I say? I update Stream Elements. Stream Elements is a multi-streaming software. I do not multi-stream through it, but you can multi-stream through it. It's how the Stream Elements alerts work. You need a functioning SE Live account, and it has to be wired up to your OBS and everything. A bunch of docks don't work correctly without it. I updated, and it didn't look like a big sizable update or anything. It looked like a hot fix. It was a hot fix. It should have been a routine. Turn OBS off, update it, turn it back on. Nope. The whole thing, updating that with the one little hot fix, broke 8 plugins. And SC Live itself, the actual .dll slash executable file. Hold on, I need to yeah. Let's hop back around and try that again. I think, or is that a one-time jet? I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah, that is a one-time jet. Should just be able to still dive into it, though. I think maybe we could probably just do it like this. Yeah, kind of like that. And I can talk while we're in free float like this. At least for a little bit. Still gotta pay attention a little bit. Just a little. It took me 6 hours and 30 minutes to reinstall SE Live. To reinstall... Oh no. Oh wait, no. That's actually fine. I didn't even install the closed captions plugin. I'm trying a new plugin with that. But I've learned that plugin may or may not have a problem. Let me just use a bright bloom seed to okay. Yep. That's good. Great. Same deal as before. We'll go ahead and save it right on up. What else? No, that was the only plugin that really broke was the closed captions.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning before the commercial break. I know it has not quite been an hour yet, but I'm trying to keep the schedule as synced up as possible. So we're going to take that break about 5 minutes earlier than expected in terms of your watch time. For those that don't know or are just tuning in, we take 5-minute commercial breaks before the top of every new hour while the stream is live. They last for 3 minutes. There will be a nice timer at the upper left-hand corner of your screen. When that timer is over, the break will be over. We can get back to the gaming. I'm away from my desk during those 3 minutes. I do run 3 minutes of commercial ads. I highly recommend you guys do the same. I set these breaks up this way so that those that don't have ad block, or what have you, can take a break at the same time I do. It's to eliminate FOMO, more than anything else. Outside of that, if you guys do like the content, but either on YouTube or Twitch or both, please do consider subscribing on YouTube, or following on Twitch, or why not both. Please also consider joining the Discord. Mr. Jason, if you would be so kind as to forward the Discord link for the folks on Twitch, if you please. I'll do the same on the YouTube side. Thank you very much, Mr. Jason. If you guys want to, help vote on games or share pictures with one another, including me, or chat at me, during off hours, the Discord's the best place to do it. It's a pretty nice, quiet community. I am looking to change it, an individual at a time, but it takes work. So please do tell your friends and family about this channel, about this place, so that we can cultivate an ever-increasing community of lovely individuals that have respect for human life and treat each other well. I feel pretty blessed with that, with the community that I've built over the past several years. Let me go back and scroll through the chat real quick. Twitch chat, I believe, was the one that had timestamps first, so I'll read that. Indeed, powers go up and down depending on the times, Mr. Jason says. And then they go on to say, I kind of feel for Madeline in a way. For Madeline to have executive authority, you would need basically myself, yourself, Helen, Haru, Sadie, and Jamie to be absent. I kind of think Madeline prefers things that way, personally speaking, if for those people weren't absent. There's something to be said for not having, a whole bunch of power or, authority. I think that's a blessing that shouldn't be overlooked. Mr. Jason then says, these things shouldn't be so complicated. They should be plug and play. Where's my applause? It's right here. With any luck, now that the plugins have been updated, they should operate a little bit more smoothly, but time will tell. Then I'll move over to YouTube. Mr. Shiny says, by the way, Mr. Coin, I'm not very familiar with the Breath of the Wild 100% playthrough. Fair enough. Go ahead. No problem in asking. Have you tackled the Champions Ballad DLC? Yep, both DLCs, both Champions Ballad and the Trials of the Sword. I did them both. It was as 100% as I could make it, while also being denied 0.58% of 100%. Because area discovery and chests are a real nightmare in an open world game like that. I feel pretty confident in marking mine as a 100% playthrough, even if the game is going to say otherwise. Oh, well, I'll have to finish all that chatter when we come back from break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. So, catching up on messages from earlier. Mr. Jason says, wonder when Aelin will ask you to ram some bitches. Who knows? Who knows? It'll happen when it'll happen, is what I've learned about that. Mr. Shiny says, chests don't actually count to 100% map completion to memory. Good. There must have been something else you missed out on. I would certainly count your hustle, or your effort. Hustling, effort. I did try to push. There was some hustling there, for sure, Mr. Shiny. As 100% completion. Yeah. Look, I like Breath of the Wild. I like this game. But once I'm done, someone would have to mod it. I would have to mod it to come back. And even then, I have other things I'd like to do. For example, just as like an aside to people that are coming in at the top of the hour, we're voting on the next game to be played. Right now, it's a 4-way tie. I mean, we have 6 months left to go. That could change at any point, but right now we're at a tie, which means I break that tie. And if I do break that tie, I can tell you, I intend to challenge run. I'm gonna be honest about that. There's 6 months to persuade me, because if I tie break and it ends up being like streamer's choice, like the tie break has to specifically be the streamer's choice. If I tie break with that, people have 6 months from now to offer or persuade me to play a different game. Gently, not too rough. If you're going to, be persuasive, be persuasive. Don't be argumentative. But otherwise, I'm in case anyone hasn't been looking at the YouTube channel lately, I have been trying to gear up to do fire spells only, deathless for Elden Ring Reforged. We've completed one region, and I'm trying to get the videos minted out to show the completion of another one, because I already have 2 in the routing playthrough that I'm doing. Because let me tell you, and this is for veterans of the channel as well as people that are new here. I'm a very different person when I'm challenge running. I am very focused. I'm very locked in. I am chatty. I do talk. But when it's boss time, or if there's like a difficult segment on the screen, I'm not talking. And that's even more than what sometimes happens with games like this, where my brain is kind of like trying to do 2 things at once, and it doesn't always work. And so my default is to lock in and get it done so I can then turn my attention to chat. Yeah, even more of that happens. So typically in games like that, or when I'm doing challenge runs like that, I do my best to talk, between boss attempts or segment attempts or whatever. Because I know that at the end of the day, when you're streaming, you're streaming to an audience, most people are listening to you more than they're watching you. Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Flux Construct. Let me whip out my really nice electric reaper. Come on. Let's get this over with. No, that is incorrect. These are not too terribly difficult. You just watch for where the face is, ultra hand the face, and there you go. Oh, this is a one-handed Reaper? Okay. Nope. I want a rocket. You'll see what I mean. Once you get the rhythm down for how you want to attack the flex constructs, it really is just a matter of... Oh, hold on. Nice job, Tulin, but we're not done yet. Come on. You gonna tumble over? Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Let me hit your face. Nice job, Tulin. Thank you. I was struggling there a minute. Hey, how about that? Did not take long at all. Really, the only times I have to focus like I'm fighting an Elden Ring boss in this game are Lynels. A little bit. But usually it's the Gleox that I have to focus on. Let's see. Oh, I guess I could fuse it to a shield for now. Yeah, let's do that. Let's fuse this core to a shield, and then we'll find a nice, good stick, and we'll go over to Terrytown and break up the two shields that have flex cores on them. You who have traversed this labyrinth of the depth. This trial was a test of your talents, and overcoming it, you have shown yourself to be strong of body, mind, and will. In my name, as the ruler of owls, I commend your achievement and offer fitting reward. Armor wreathed in otherworldly evil, hidden away since days of old. Take it now. I read the PSA, Mr. Jason, but... yeah, I read it, but haven't taken action on it yet. I'm sorry, under what conditions? Don't think too hard, Coin. Under what conditions did this place go dark? Evil spirit greaves. Some believe these greaves are inspirited by a malevolent entity. They're a rather rare find. I will definitely say so. Let me go ahead and just pull out these. So we have made our way to the depth, have we? Let's see. We know about the two staircases, but I wonder what the ladders hold. What we could do, so I'm not spending Bright Bloom seeds on a location I don't intend to visit very often, is to wear the glowing armor. Mr. Jason says there's someone named Lived in the TCC and they've held some pretty good roles, Mr. Coin. Sure. Former client rep, former vice president, and former private secretary to the chief executive officer. The last one was still Jamie. The last one being, former private secretary to the chief executive. Makes sense. Oh, is that what all these ladders are then? Hold on. Yeah, okay. So then what's the deal with these? Oh boy. What did I stumble into? Does the other direction have a light route? Jamie being CEO? Yeah, makes sense. We already activated that. Huh, where's the light route then? I'm wondering where that might be. Mr. Jason says you took the opportunity in the break to wash the dinner pots and dishes, Mr. Coin, so now you could just relax without having things to do. Oh, did you already eat by chance? I'm just curious. since you mentioned washing the pots and pans. Nice. You know what? I'll take a free weapon. This area needs our in-depth analysis, Mr. Shiny says. I really do need to make a joke counter. I need to write that down as well, so I don't forget. Oh, our friend the Light Root is just up there. Okay. That's probably easy enough to fix. Just gotta find it. Do something like this, maybe. Mr. Jason says, yeah, you did. You had something called Hunter's Chicken. That sounds good just on the name. Chicken, cheese, bacon, and barbecue sauce. That does sound good. Dang it. I can post that on the, on my Discord server, in the picture gallery later. But over the past 48 hours, I had like a twist on, campfire stew. Campfire stew is basically like, it's a frontier meal. Back in the old days when people had like meat and a few vegetables on hand, they would just put it in a cook pot, let it come to a boil, and generally it was based on whatever supplies caravans had at the time. So peppers, corn, and onions, so on. A traditional cowboy or campfire stew, both names are valid. It's also sometimes called a mulligan stew. Has typically ground meat, beef stock, ground meat, beef stock, garlic, onions, peppers, pinto or like northern beans, and cumin or chili pepper, or like chili powder. This version that I had, I helped make it in the kitchen and everything, had baked beans instead of kidney or pinto beans. We used chili flakes instead of cumin. And we went without the potatoes. That's another thing that goes in campfire stew. We didn't have any on-hand potatoes or corn. So the result was like, normally campfire stew is like savory. This was like both sweet and savory at the same time. As someone who's a foodie, that combination doesn't bother me. My dad, my biological dad, does not like what he calls sweet meat. He does not like sweet things very much, just in general, and especially more so when it's in things like chicken or beef. He's a very southern United States person. Even he was singing this meal's praises, and it was a twist on the campfire stew. So if he was happy with it, I was exceptionally happy with it. And the best part is, the beef stock means you don't even need to add extra salt. You just be prepared to pay the piper on the porcelain throne. That's all I'll say. I ate 2 days worth of meals out of that. It was delicious. Even better after the second day. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, I'm somewhat of a dirty cheater sometimes. I saw that I missed some time-limited Megastones in Pokemon Moon, and yet in Pokemon Sun, you somehow happened to have not been lazy and did redeem all the Megastone codes. Nice. Let's see, I believe Mr. Shiny spoke at around that time. Where are my time codes? I'll have to fiddle around with that in the Social Stream Ninja YouTube settings and see if I can't spit out the time codes. Mr. Shiny says, as for my definition of a 100% playthrough, you mainly count all the shrines with the shrine chests. Same. Koroks. Same, unfortunately. All pieces of armor collected and upgraded. Yup. All quests completed and with a completed Hyrule Compendium. And of course, all dungeons. And 100% map completion is an added bonus. That's probably what the 0.58% is, if I'm being honest. Because outside of amiibo items, which I know don't count toward 100%, at least not the game's version of 100%, we did basically everything else, you know, in that, over that collection of like 50, 60 episodes. Yeah, we did all of that. So it's nice to meet a kindred spirit in that. Mr. Jason says, but I have thankfully found that Power Saves 3DS has a clone all box. Clone all box 1 to box 2 option that you can select. So you gave each Pokemon in Pokemon Sun one of the missing Megastones and clone them all to box 2. That's some pretty neat manipulation there. You then took the original Megastones back in Pokemon Stun and Pokemon Stun. What happens when you get tired of Pokemon? Pokemon Sun, and traded the cloned Pokemon to Pokemon Moon. That process probably had to take maybe 10 minutes at least. And Power Saves 3DS can even back up your Nintendo 3DS game save data. Nice, nice. Was it worth it? Mr. Shiny, most likely Shine. Nice name change, by the way. I've moved to Twitch to make it easier to interact with Jason, whom you very much respect very well. And hopefully, Twitch won't bombard you with too many ads, if any at all. We should have pre-roll protection, so at the very least we can kind of I can kind of safeguard that for you. All right, so we have done that. I don't know why I'm putting on the Sheikah set, knowing full well I'm gonna have to put on the headdress. Labyrinth done. I feel a bit more redeemed now. What we can do now is head back up to Sky, and I'll start marking some Koroks on the surface, and we'll go from there. We really only have like a handful of them left. By my count, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Koroks on the surface, and then we can move on to the cave systems, which should probably take up the rest of the rest of the stream. Mr. Jason says, hi, Mr. Shiny, whom you also very much respect. And then you go on to say, oh, Mr. Coin, have you heard of a game called Dinkum? One of my friends streams it, and I won't call it anything other than Minecraft Australia Edition. I do not believe I've heard of that. What do you know about it, if and you don't mind sharing with the rest of the class there, Mr. Jason? Let's see. There's one here. And, you know, before we move to the cave systems, what I'll probably also do is, like, I feel I would like a few more supplies is the problem. I was gonna say we maybe could probably tackle that Lionel Coliseum, but I would like a full stock of good weapons, and I'm just a little bit short of that. Let's see, we have one. It looks like here. Let me just double check the shape. Yeah, one about here, and that may or may not be in a cave system. Again, if you guys want to follow along, for those that are coming in at the 15-minute mark on the hour, do feel free. Oh, that one is a friend, so I will need to find the one I'm supposed to find. Exclamation mark TOTK MAP in Twitch, or asterisk TOTK MAP on YouTube will get you the corresponding link to the object map. Mr. Jason says, Dinkum is a survival life sim game set on an island inspired by the rugged Australian outback. Well, I mean, there you go. It's inspired by the Australian outback. I'm not sure what people really wanted out of that, but if you want a life sim, there you bloody go. Let's see, there's one here. Hence the name, hence Minecraft Australia Edition. Oh, is it, you say Minecraft, is it, does it have like a block style, to it? Like a grid line, you know, like a sandbox? Or does it have like normal graphics? Mr. Jason says, Dinkum is getting a physical release in 2026. You might consider it. Awesome. If you get it, I hope you have fun with it. Mr. Jason then says, yeah, and that is in response to my question about the graphics. So it literally is, it literally can be, it literally can be, my goodness, I'm having issues. Oh, I can literally see it. It's right here. It literally is Minecraft Australia Edition. That's funny. Have other people said the same thing, or is that like a relatively unique comment? I'm not expecting like an omniscient answer on that or anything. I'm just curious if you've seen other people talk about it. Okay. All right, we've exited the high grav field, so we're gonna try to fall to the best of our ability. Maybe we'll do the shrine first. I'll also make sure I do a clean sweep over Pikida, so that if we are missing shrines, we get those before we even think about cave systems. Aha! Oh, that's a nice looking shrine. I bet you we could probably rocket. Oh, we don't even have to rocket over to that. Isn't that nice? I'm sure there was supposed to be a quest or deal with that, probably. Mr. Jason says one streamer was playing a game that you can't remember, and they made a pirate island, and they were making a pub. So you just had to suggest the Stagger Inn. That one was good. That one was good. No stretching, no setup required. And the best part is you can't even tell whether it was a setup for a joke or it was the bona fide real statement with a joke laced in. Those are the best ones. I like jokes that are I suppose outside of you know, more physically oriented humor, let's call it, slapstick and so on. I think the best jokes are the ones that are blended right in with normal conversation. And the outside of the joke, they actually did name it the Stagger Inn. Nice. Nice claps for that. Okay, so our goal here is Mallet Smash. Ah, I see exactly what it wants me to do. I haven't had to put on a puzzle brain in quite some time, so... game. Oh, I know what it wants. It wants me to do that. And we just kind of line it up with the center, and then we let it rip. I've never seen a streamer agree with something so immediately either. I mean, What am I say? What can I say? When the joke is good, it's good. When your audience has a good idea, you should listen to them. Too often, and this doesn't really happen with streamers that much, right? But so many times, you know, someone in a fandom will have like an excellent idea, and I'll hear a dev from a game studio say, we can't use that idea. or whatever, because propriety reasons. And they just want to patent it. That's really what it is. And if someone has like an especially good idea, or has done free work to make your game really good, aka modding, you know what you should probably do as a game developer? You should hire them. And then they could, you know, develop with you. That's fantastic. If only the games industry weren't on a hiring freeze right now. And outsourcing to AI. Ugh. Sorry, I know, it's hard to escape the real world when it comes to, various topics, but we can climb this, right? Yeah, I didn't even really have to, do the second, Oh, that's a really good Zonite bow. Mr. Jason says, when the joke is good, it's good. When the joke is bad, it's still kind of good. Kinda. Yeah, no, I would generally agree with that parlance. It's when the joke is good, it's good. You know, the worst case scenario, right, is that okay, do we have both of these are firing rate? I'll get rid of this one, sure. Okay, what does it want here? Can't even really grab that? Interesting. I think what it wants us to do is create like a battering ram. Would make a lot of sense. And we did get the shrine chest in here, so we're good after we finish the puzzle. Alright. Let's see. Let me turn that down and think about how I want to use this. Oh, I know. We do like this. We do like this. And I think we can just turn this around. That is not oriented right, coin. Let's fix that. That is still not oriented correctly. What was I saying? Oh, that's not great. There, now it's lined up correctly. And with any luck, that should work. That should be a method to get it to work. You know, worst case scenario, a bad joke is, you know, one you can at least laugh at. You know, maybe laugh at the person, laugh at the embarrassment of such a joke more than anything else. Like, there's still a way for it to be salvageable. When you know, you know. Nice. You can just grab that and be about our business. Mr. Jason says, I was out with your dad in the car the other day, and you were telling him about a streamer that you also mod for, where you have a command called !cliff that is used to keep a count on how many times a streamer walks off a cliff. And not 10 minutes since getting into that streamer's stream, what happens? They walk off a cliff while fighting an enemy, and so I updated Cliff. The current counter is 27. Yes, they have walked off a cliff 27 times somehow. Yeah, that sounds accurate. Is it just like a counter? Are there sounds associated with it? Is there a whole hubbub whenever the cliff counter gets updated? Or is it just it's updated, not much else to do with that? It's just a basic counter? Understood. Probably should have a sound effect to go with it. Like, the hilarity has to ensue at some point. Also, I could implement a counter like that whenever, again, assuming that you guys don't come up with something definitive in 6 months, or we don't have to go into runoffs where I'm having people pick one that they prefer over the other. If I do end up challenge running Elden Ring Reforged, I can totally... Let me face the correct way and put a memory marker at the correct location and go from there. I could maybe think about a I could think about a cliff counter or some sort of like hazard counter myself. Ironically, it was Elden Ring. Nice. That is a game where you do walk off a lot of cliffs by accident while fighting enemies. And it happens even more of the time if you also happen to be doing something in which your goal is to not take your time. If you're trying to bum rush a gauntlet section, or you're wanting to avoid enemy fights as much as possible, like you're doing a minimum rune level / soul level run, then it's even more likely you're going to fall off a cliff or some other hazard. Let's see. Okay, yep. Here we are. Basic hover bike. I farmed a lot of ore. There were 884 pieces of ore. I farmed 600 of them plus while I was at my client job. I made sure that we were not going to bump into ore issues for quite a while. I don't think we'll be good for the rest of the game. I think I'll find a way to like somehow manage to burn up a lot of that ore, but we should be good for a while, especially if I break it up with actual real part, or like, yeah, real zonai parts. Also, I still have yet to pick a time to go grab some shrine parts, some walkways and such for later. I need to do that. Trying to think if there's anything else. I could probably show this real quick. This is like a, story time. These were things that I did yesterday / the day before. Where is it? I can just make a new image source real quick and upload it. Because I just happen to be doodling and or fiddling around on in Krita my spare time while I was waiting for programs to update and everything. I made a screenshot. I took a picture of myself and I did some doodling. I did some drawings. I'll just put it right there so people could see. I was pretty proud of that. It's not my best lightning squiggle ever or anything, but I feel pretty pleased that in the span of just 4 hours I was able to Photoshop some halfway, decent effect onto the image. I'll just go ahead and remove that off the screen. It'll be an hour and a half into the VOD for those watching later. Mr. Jason says, I like how there's just a frost Gleeok chilling there. I mean, it's true, and I'm keeping an eye on it. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, well, that's certainly a shocking revelation, Mr. Quine. I shared that on a Discord, server, that I joined as of rather recently, and a couple people have reacted with emojis, or emoticons, and some reactions. So I'm feeling pretty pleased with that edit. I may throw that in on like that's a pretty safe photo to throw on Facebook if I want to. I do have a Facebook. I keep it private, of course, but I do have one. I had one before, you know, having a Twitter or other social media was cool. It's mainly for contacting friends and family, and I do not put any kind of salient political opinions on there, because there are only two places, or there are a couple places that the government will look for things that you're saying. Twitch and YouTube are not generally places that they look for that. Okay, I need to figure out what the heck, what kind of structure is this? I can kind of tell that these are like boxes on top of one another, or like squares on top of one another. Okay, maybe. Oh, flip it? Maybe like this? Okay. Oh, that could have been bad. That could have been really bad. This Korok puzzle had me unsure as well. Yeah, it's like... It's just oriented weird. Maybe, let's see... So we can tell which ones are missing. It's this, like, it's the top, the second, and the third. So it wants this. It wants to be like catty corner. Okay. Yeah, that didn't take too long. I didn't immediately know what to do, but at least I was able to sit there and study it a minute. And we got that all taken care of. But I meant what I said earlier, before we parted ways for my client job, that I did in fact mean to farm ore. I farmed a lot of it. I even took some snaps. I ended up bumping into a white-maned Lionel during like one of my forays into the depths, because I started doing I started finding field bosses to like map out, and I just ended up bumping into it. So the things that we haven't seen yet as a group, I've taken the liberty of, you know, putting into the compendium for us to look at later. Yes, Mr. Korok, show me where your friend is. Over there by the labyrinth? Wasn't there a Korok around that area last time? I don't think it was it wasn't a pair, because that would have been Breath of the Wild. But I do remember there being a Korok right around that location. I do remember. I don't think it was exactly that spot, though. Okay, do we have... Yeah, we do have that Korok. Oh, I need to make sure I'm marking these off, actually. Let's see. Puzzle block. We had the moving light. And we're about to get the Korok friends. Mr. Jason says, imagine if 14 of the Koroks are being held captive by the Gleeoks. Well, hey, you know what? That would have been... That's a missed opportunity, Mr. Jason. And it's one that I'm hoping some of the mods take advantage of. Having important limited rarity field bosses hold a couple of Koroks or a couple of Korok seeds, that's a certified Nintendo moment for sure. But I mean, assuming it let's see, I think you're including the King Gleox in that. I need to like find a way to head down. I'm having a hard time. Yeah, I think that count includes the King Gleok, or the multiple King Gleoks. That actually isn't all that bad. You could even save those for dead last if you wanted to. Okay, all marked. Let's keep things moving. I also did some apple farming. Yes, I did in fact do that. I had to learn a technique for that. The 450 apples, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I did to do that? I also did it with the Fleet Lotus seeds as well. I wanted some movement speed buffs. I read this on a subreddit, you know, in the midst of my farming, and people came up with a wonderful recommendation to staple a bunch of the items that you want to find using Ultra Hand, and then afterwards, it'll be saved in your auto builder, right? So you can staple 50 apples together, including some golden ones, and when you auto build, it will just find those things for you in the environment, which is really cool. Am I missing something here? I might be. Let me take a look. Ah, right there. And ever since I've learned that use for the auto builder, I am going to start using that to do crazy apple farms. Because the one thing I really want to have access to is golden apples. I want them a lot. For the express purpose of critical finishes on cuisines when I can help it. Or if I'm just, you know, making food buffs or elixirs or something, having an extra cool 3 minutes or a bit of extra health on food is not to be underestimated, like at all. Just turn that up. Okay, so we have our friend, the... I did take a photo of this. Okay. Sorry, some of this is all kind of bleeding together. It's been a while since I've done some of the stuff, so I may or may not have forgotten. Oh, it wants me to move one of these. What? Wait, hold on. No, it wants me to complete the thing. Okay, I need to find a rock. I need it fast. Game, you're gonna give me a rock, you're gonna make me have to go find it. But honestly, having Koroks that have actually been captured by Ganon's goons is kind of a really missed opportunity. And I think that could have taken the place of, let's say, 300 or 400 Koroks. All the ones that you pluck a rock for, yeah, all them. That would have been easy pickings. Right, just right there. They should put me... I should be on the Legend of Zelda development team. The only thing is I'd have to be taught Japanese first. What just... Alright, what am I in combat with? Ah, hello, Mr. Choo-Choo. Goodbye, Mr. Choo-Choo. Mr. Jason says, in a Challenger's welcome post, it specifically says to progress the Major League group, you must complete the 49 levels. Overall, the levels can be played in any order that you want, but we do have recommendations. It might be a little bit too far out of bounds. Yeah, there we go. Once you do that, you'll be tested with Troll Castle, that'd be 57. If you complete that level, you've secured Major League Ascension. This is because 50 levels completed is the Major League access, and the Troll Castle 57 is evil for the sake of being evil, Mr. Coin. The dirtiest, dastardliest of trolls, right? It was a Halloween special, and I made it evil, and I kept finding ways to make it even more evil. One playtester got to experience 8 versions! Oh no! Please tell me that was not in the middle of like a challenge run, or like a, you know, gauntlet or anything like that. That sounds absolutely backbreaking. That would be over here. Let's just go ahead and mark that. Next one is over there, and I think this is one of the random rocks, like right here. The playtesters get unlimited hints as they're part of the staff. Oh, okay. Yeah, so since it's a playtester doing it, yeah, the changes happening, you know, like mid-test is probably fine. Like, they're the ones that are verifying your troll works properly. Makes perfect sense. Okay, we're gonna put that up here. We're gonna go see what the deal is down there. Why do we get the feeling that this one is in a cave? Or it's... Oh, I see it. That took me a second. Right under here. And after Pikida, guys, you know what we can say? We will be 2 regions away. Well, I guess technically we're 2 regions away from... I think we are actually 2 regions away, though. Let's see. We have the Great Northern, or we have the Typhlo region. No. Yeah, we're 2 regions away now. When we hit the Typhlo ruins, we'll be 1 region away from an actual real story. I bet people have been waiting a while for that, and we're absolutely wondering whether or not Coin was going to trip up somewhere along the way, or suddenly stop being able to do the series and get tripped up on doing a bunch of side content. I mean, we've got a bit of a ways to go, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch quite yet. But I'd like to think, you know, after Pikida, we'll be pretty close to making some good progress. I'll be pleased with that. But let's focus on Pikida first. Let's still take the time to soak in everything that the game has to offer. Mr. Jason says, Troll Castle level 57 took your first Super World Champion, Complex David, 2 streams. And the streams, I presume, last a certain number of hours with a certain number of attempts. Like, where is that? Yeah, it's up. It looks like it's up here. And then this last one, before we double check shrines. This one here. All right, where's the friend? Let's find friend. Friend is... Friend is southeast of the stable, right here. 51 minutes and an hour and 10 minutes. Oh, these were short streams. Makes sense. Or at the... Oh. No. That it... Oh. No, that is... Whoa. What the heck happened? Nope, that is not at all the correct location. Can't even believe I made that. Oh no, yeah, yes it is. I'm marking the friend. Coin. Relax. Breathe. Focus. Pay attention. Yeah, those must have been short streams. Or at the very least, short for the purposes of the, troll levels or troll castle itself, right? Like, an hour is not a long time to stream. You barely even have enough time, to get, noticed by the algorithm if you stream for that short of a time. Usually, if you're on Twitch, I don't know about how it is on YouTube, but if you're on Twitch, the recommendation is to at least stream 3 hours. That'll be enough to, barely get you picked up on the algorithm. And then, social media presence and other stuff like that has to do the rest of the heavy lifting. Mr. Jason says, and the goal room is nasty, Mr. Coin. I can imagine. It looks like you have to jump over spikes to the goal pole, but hidden out of sight due to custom auto-scroll that if you jump at the right angle, a claw grabs you and yeets you into a checkpoint that's above a semi-solid.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I will finish those statements and then get right to our transition here. Above a semi-solid platform, and then a death reveals the door that dumps you at the beginning. Nasty. Oh, and for added benefit or clarification, Mr. Jason, being dumped at a checkpoint is like a CP1, right? Like that's like a very classic or a very straightforward CP1 or CP0 setup. Okay, good. Glad I got that. While I'm waiting on clarification on that. Oh, right, there are 2 other statements. So yeah, nasty, no doubt. The true solution is to wait at the door for a star. CP1, good. CP2, good. But CP0 means back to the beginning. Yeah. My understanding of a CP0, though, that it isn't, like, just strictly back to the beginning. CP0 is, like, a setup where you have to, like, restart the level because you're put into, like, a checkpoint soft lock. Like you can leave the checkpoint and go to a different one, but you end up back at CP0. This is me, mixing and matching what I know about trolls being played from various troll-level content creators like Ryukar or Carl Sagan or DGR and so on. So I'm probably getting some of the parlance wrong. Mr. Jason says, nah, that's an anti-soft lock. Gotcha. Plus, with the troll castles, the CP0 usually dumps you at the beginning. Makes sense. Okay. Let's find our ride and let's go get that last Korok friend. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. So, up to this point. Your company truly does mean the world to me. I want you to know that. That is the warning for the 5-minute commercial or the 3-minute commercial break. We do take those at the top of every hour. They're 3 minutes long. I highly recommend getting up and stretching. I usually do the same during those. And, after the timer at the upper left-hand part of the screen, snuffs out and hits 0, we'll be back to the gaming. Now, this is the hour where I do the major shilling, so of course, you guys being here is more than enough. And I really, truly do mean that. But, if you do feel like being financially generous, I have a ton of avenues for this. There's all the stuff baked in on Twitch, and, you know, if I ever do get YouTube partner, all that stuff that's baked in on the YouTube side will be available then as well. But for the rest, you know, the rest could be accessed through the link tree. Patreon, Coffee, Stream Elements, a direct PayPal link. I've got quite a few ways, and any and all of those will get your name on the plaque at the start of each stream, on top of other benefits. If you're purchasing a continuous membership to any of these places, and they even get you other benefits as well. You know, provided I don't get swept up in real life from time to time. I'll let you guys fiddle around with that. That stuff will either be underneath the video player on Twitch, it'll be on the bottom right-hand corner of that banner, or in the YouTube's on the YouTube side, in the description at the bottom or toward the bottom, will be a section with links and stuff. One of those is the link tree. Do feel free to click on that and, you know, poke around, click some buttons, have some fun. You know, just be careful not to click on buttons that charge you money. That's all I'll say. Okay. Right. I'm whizzing off without so much as even attaching our good friend, Mr. Korok. Let's do that. Oh, and we'll have to ferry him after this commercial break. See you then. Thanks. Okay, we are back. So sorry about that. Hopefully, we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. Let's see. Any changes in comments? Nope, didn't think so. Well, let's go ahead and finish taking our friend the Korok over here. Let's do that right there. I'm getting better at spotting these, but I can't just like spot them unprompted. I do have to kind of know I'm looking for one. Okay, gotta start nose diving into the thing, or maybe we could just kind of let go of the wheel. Maybe now. Nice. Good good front spin too. Really? Come on, Mr. Korok. That's enough of that. I'm gonna put you over here. Quickly. Okay, that takes care of all of the Korok seeds in this area. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're going to take a moment and just kind of make sure we've cleaned up all the shrines. Some of the shrines are underground. Like, we'll get them when we go underground. So there's nothing to panic about there. If there are some missing, which there's at least one, and it looks like there's maybe only one shrine that's missing. Yeah, looks like there's only one shrine that's missing, which is good. We also even already have one of the caves identified from what we were handling earlier about that. Okay, let's just gotta double check a couple of reference caves. That's the Tabanthan Hills cave. Okay. All right. So the ones that we kind of have to check into are the Kopiki Drifts cave. For those that are wondering, like, where is this in Breath of the Wild? If you guys will recall, when we were in Hebra, before they split this up into 2 regions, one of the shrines was behind a set of stony double doors that you had to roll a snowball through. You had to pick up a huge set of snowballs up here and roll them in here. Yeah, that's what that's that cave. Let's go ahead and it's interesting that it got turned into a cave. But I guess it makes sense that it's a cave. Then we'll double check the stable well. I don't think anything. I think we already cleaned that out, but that should take care of our all of our needs. And that's it. That is absolutely it. The underground, we can actually even enter right from the depths, and we should be able to map that out fully momentarily. But let's start with the let's start with a trip into the cave, shall we? Welcome back, Mr. Shiny. And you've come to say, I've returned with an interesting thought. Oh, do tell, do tell. I think after the caves, we'll head over to Terrytown real quick, because we're gonna have to replace the hover bike anyway. We'll head over to Terrytown and maybe find a couple of sticks or something in the meantime. Might need to go find the sticks first, now that I think on it. That shouldn't be too hard. All we should have to do is find like a couple of enemy camps, assuming the cave doesn't have one. Hello there, Mr. Sizzling Seal. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. It's been a while again. Hopefully you're doing well, good sir, in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How are things in your little slice of terra firma? I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. I should be gaming and talking. We are in the midst of working on cleaning up the caves after dealing with the Koroks in the Pikida region. Finally, after 2 weeks of kerfuffle happening the whole time. It's been a solid 2 weeks. It's been quite a ride, but I'm overall doing fine. Thank you. Mr. Sizzling Seal says I'm staying up late again. Why does that sound like not a good? Why does the emote makes it sound like that's not a good thing? Are you fighting insomnia or having trouble sleeping again? I hope that passes sooner rather than later. Mr. Shiny says, imagine being a peasant having their own farm in Hyrule. Hey, that's easy. Defending your crops against hordes of monsters that respawn every now and then. But I guess in that case, there's nothing to do but shoot the moon. Right? Oh, God. I'm going to give you the applause there, good sir. Mr. Shiny, I don't know if you realize this, but you described the plot line of an Ocarina of Time ROM hack called The Master of Time. It's like one of the progenitor huge projects authored by Don Camillo. And in that hack, the story is basically there was a war. Every night the monsters would respawn. People got so tired and so fed up with it that they figured out how to quote unquote oh no, quote unquote, kill the night so that it was never nighttime in the land of Abello, the place where these people lived. It was kind of a I'm gonna use the term here. It's kind of a shitpost ROM hack where Don Camillo had some very colorful opinions about certain things, and it ended up showing in the dialogue and material. Most notably, the Gorons are way different than what people usually know of them in the actual mainline games. So that's a nice joke, but that joke made me think of plot lines. Even some other ROM hacks have been less than charitable to the Gorons, treating them like, mass slavers and such. It's really quite the interesting dystopian take, if you ask me. Mr. Sizzling Seal says they're good. Meeting new people? Awesome. Any of those resulted in fantastic relationships or, like friendships and such? Not necessarily looking for, specifics you're not comfortable sharing or anything. Just the hope is that a meaningful relationship has been derived from it. Because that's the goal when you meet new people, right? Is you're hoping to find friends? Mr. Sizzling Seal then goes on to say, well, it's 3 a.m. That's fair. Oh, I definitely don't want to do that. They're in the water. I need them not in the water. There. That's good. That's good, Mr. Sizzling Seal. I've been trying to do the same. I've been trying to join various discords and such. Trying to find friends. Because I have friends. for those that don't know things about me, I'm an extrovert. I love meeting people. I'm aware of what kind of world I'm in, and so I'm not the bubbly. Oh, I'm not gonna walk up to a random stranger and start treating them like we're friends or anything. But it's I'm charitable. I am charitable to random people that I meet. I'm not immediately curling up in I'm not immediately curling up in distrust or anything. And depending on the interaction, I feel actually quite energized after talking to people. I could go 3, 4, 5 hours just talking to people with a on-hand beverage, of course, but I can do that. Just some friends. 'Tis the hope. And the best friends become lovers later. That's personally how I see it. Here's a question I can ask folks. Do you think when it comes to like finding like love and relationships and stuff, do you think the best loves are formed from best friends and other people that you've known a long, long time? Or do you think the best romantic relationships are formed from going out, being direct about it, and trying to cultivate the romantic relationship with or without a friendship right there on the spot? I'm a huge believer in courtship. I think it very much is a missing ingredient in romances these days, because so many people are trying to cure their loneliness and aren't really trying to find friends at the same time. That's just personally what I think. Mr. Shiny says, I don't like likes. Me neither. Those things eat shields or spit rocks. These things don't eat shields, thank goodness, but previous likes have eaten clothes and shields and even weapons. Just don't go digging around the ROM hack scene. You'll find some likes that quite enjoy human flesh, unfortunately. Favored by hunters for its rabbit design, which is said to bring luck on hunts. It's easy to use, but its durability leaves something to be desired. I don't think we've taken a picture of that. We have not. Sizzling Seal says my best friend a lover's story ended in a bad way, so I don't know. That's totally fair. I mean, that's the risk you take, right? Is that if you love someone and you're also friends with them, and something happens, right? You could ruin that friendship, and instead of just being out on a romantic partner, you're now out way more. You're out way more activities. You leave a much bigger hole in your heart. And I get that. So some people are like anti-courtship. They're like, no, I want to know right away that romantic interest is what you're looking for. It's the, safeguarding our own emotions. That kind of thing. I guess we could do this shrine first, and then maybe find the bubble frog later. Or, find it after we complete the shrine, of course. I don't know. I think that's... I guess for those that have taken the risk, then maybe I totally get the wanting the straightforward approach. And everything. But love is a risk. Love is always a risk. Both approaches are totally valid, but you're taking a risk no matter what. It's just, how big of a hole do you want to leave in your heart? How big of a hole do you want to leave in someone else's heart? Not even just your own. Risks everywhere, Mr. Sizzling Seal says. And not a drop of security anywhere. And no guarantee of payoff. Mr. Shiny says there are two sides of the same coin. No pun intended. While the thought of having a partner whom you got to know well as a friend is tempting, what happens when something goes wrong? Not only do you lose a partner, but also a friend. And, you know, you kind of... I hate saying this because it's not always the case, but you can even make enemies out of former lovers. So, it's... Oh, what's the goal here? Oh, it's just sneak around or kill things without making all that much noise. Nope. I need to take a minute and, like, really consider my options. It's got a platform. I don't think we can climb any of these. I think our assault starts by... Oh, well, what's that device over there? A propeller. I might be able to staple that to... I can't staple that to a shield. Okay. Oh, that you can probably find a device nearby and we can get to the sky that way. All right. Let's maybe start going this way at first. Also got a bunch of stone that I don't think we can all that easily, like, grab or do anything with. Oh, yep. I just don't think there was going to be anything I could do about that. Coin mentioned. Indeed, I was in fact mentioned. Shoot. No, don't you even think of throwing that. Thankfully, these don't hit that hard. I'll take that halberd. Let's see, we got 2 blades. And I'm gonna fuse a stick and a thick stick with it. Alright. There. That should be a bit better. Nice. Got him. I'll just be taking all of your equipment, good sir. Well, like I was mentioning with Mr. Shiny's statement earlier, I guess it goes back to the do you take risks or don't you? Wait. Back up, back up, back up. Maybe I could shock it. I just need to keep this thing stunned long enough to do work. I'm doing my best to be a pro gamer. Okay, we got that one, and then there's one up there. What was the purpose of the propeller, then? I imagine that was just a way to, like, get up top quick. I guess we can still find out. Yeah, you're meant to, let's see, tilt this. You're meant to, like, staple it on and use it as a means to get up top. Like this, right? Well, a bit better than that. Let's fiddle around with that after we clear this. Are there more combat temple thingies? Probably. I would certainly say so anyway. Because we haven't hit the advanced one yet. Or rather, I have yet to find an advanced one. So my guess is that there's more. And even if there isn't like an advanced one, quote unquote, there will definitely be other what I'll call Eventide trials. I've coined this after Eventide Isle from Breath of the Wild. Where you had to where you were stripped down and you had to go like scavenge gear a second time, like you did at the beginning of the game. Yeah, that's kind of been incorporated as a baseline challenge in some shrines now. Mr. Sizzling Seal says, or shrines, I mean. Mr. Jason says, you could say it is an eventide trisol. Tri-isle. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna give you the clap. I don't know. I feel like that's a stretch, and it's also not a stretch. I'm gonna follow it up with some slow claps. I'm almost. We're gonna find the sure Jan moment. The absolutely guaranteed. Oh, I said we were gonna go unstaple things. We need sticks first, though. There's nothing we can do without that. Do I wanna grab a... We have 3 slots. We could... Because that's still there. Let's just swap the shields. This might be the opportunity for us to take a propeller with us. And like an electronic cell. In fact, I'm gonna do just that. Oh, we can't take the propeller with us. There's gotta be one we can take later. Or maybe it's not the right type. Maybe it needs to be like a super shield or something along those lines. Let's see. Yeah, you can't take this propeller. I know there's one over here in the Gemimic shrine that we could take. Mr. Jason says, I assume you're a fan of that device, right, Mr. Coin? I don't know about that, but I will give you the applause for a nice pun. Well done. Sun and done, even. Okay. Like, the sun and done is a sure Jan from me.
Sure Jan.
But, like, who came up with that? The Hudson Construction Company, Sun and Done. Why? Like, there's no reason to put sun in everything. I feel like it's just a self-referential rhyme at this point. The company name is fine. People's names ending in sun, fine. Little zingers like Sun and Done? Come on. Like, that's not necessary. Someone definitely had a little bit of a giggle coming up with that line, and I know it. Sorry, I went on a complete tangent there. In truth, I don't even know what really triggered it. That's probably the worst part. Okay, we gotta find the, we gotta find Mr. Bubble Frog. And listen, and this is just for, yeah, this is just general conversation at this exact moment. I know I've got the personality of a wet mop, okay? Like, I'm not a jokester. I'm not. Let's not do that. there are certainly some days where I can crack a good joke, and I'm a natural entertainer, but I'm more of a listener. I'm usually the diplomatic one in my family. Like, among all the people, I've been told the most often that I'm the one that listens to people. And I have a tendency for blending in among a lot of different crowds. I've said it myself as an admittance of that gift, but I've been told that by a lot of people too. That doesn't translate well into entertainment. But today I think I'm a little bit better of an entertainer than usual. So if you guys do like the entertainment, please consider liking the VOD and subscribing to the channel, among other things. Like, subscribe to YouTube subscription, not a Twitch subscription. Okay, we gotta figure out what the heck. Oh, thought answered. Well, I know exactly what happened with the bubble frog. It's up there. We just need to not die. That's what's gotta happen. Mr. Shiny says, I have returned. Almost forgot about the blood pressure medicine. Not good. Glad you remembered that. Yeah, most folks in my family take hypertension meds or other blood pressure meds, and so as a result, they can't. They have to be real careful with things that bump up the blood pressure because it's already being regulated by a hypertensive medication, i.e. something that slows your base heart rate. I'm about to ping up a counter that's not even relevant for this. Okay, we got that figured out. We've lost our hover bike. So we're going to go back over to this stable. We're going to check out the well. And then we're going to go to Terrytown. And we're going to, well, I guess, I guess we're going to have to go looking around for a stick at first. But then afterwards, after we're done looking around for sticks, we can probably, we can go into Typhlo. Or not Typhlo. I'm sorry. We'll have to head into the underground first. Okay. One thing at a time, though, Coin. I think I've just set about 6 target tasks that we were that I'm responsible for, and that really does very little for someone's focus. We're just gonna grab this bat, destroy this, and that's one of the cores taken care of. We'll need to figure out where another stick is, though, or we're gonna have problems. Mr. Shiny says, returning to the topic, by the way, in my case, you have a tendency to get very attached to people. That's totally fair. So you avoid going into relationships with friends out of a fear of whether or not it is a genuine feeling or, being yourself. Hold on. Is this... I know we got a quest earlier. We got a statue of power. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it either. The Duchess who disappeared. Nope, that's not it. Is it a shrine quest or a side adventure? It might be a side adventure. Hold on. Gotta look. No. It was a scoop by, with, Pen. Pen was talking to someone out here. Ah, yes, here she is. I need to have her run stuff by me again. Oh, no, right, I know what it is. There's a frost Gleok. Nope. Oh, there was new text here. No, I think that's fair. For me, I am demi-romantic, like romantic persuasion. Being a demi-romantic means you have the easiest time forming romantic attachments with friends. There are inverses of this too. Like, if you become friends later with some people and then they kind of don't want anything to do with you romantically, but they're not leaving either, sometimes that could be, my inverse. But I am, to me, it kind of seems foreign that you wouldn't invest in someone before having a relationship. To demi-romantic people, it's very hard to I can fathom it. People have told me about it, but I couldn't fathom myself pursuing a relationship without a great deal of investment already. Because if they're not good, in my mind, if that person isn't, good enough to be friends with, they're probably not going to be good enough to be a partner with. I struggle to sort of make sense of opposing romantic attachments. And romantic identity is just like a whole separate thing altogether. Where someone's sexual identity, like who they're attracted to, is very different than where the romantic attachment is. It's in a lot of straight people, it's the same. What they're attracted to and how they form attachments are exactly the same, which is where all this hubbub about why is there such a thing as romantic identity or whatever, or like romantic affiliation. It's because there are definitely some cases where even though the sexual attraction lines up like it's supposed to, the romantic attraction does not line up like it's supposed to. And you have to have something that makes sense of all that. So what makes sense? You separate sexual attraction from romantic attraction. And then suddenly things make a lot more sense. Mr. Jason says you can get the horse without triggering the Gleeok, Mr. Coin. Oh, I'm not worried about triggering the Gleeok. I just wanted to make sure I knew that it was, in fact, the Frost Gleeok nearby. Harlow says, I really should go out and search for that poor horse. But what if I run into that monster? Besides, for all I know, that steed will get agitated and start acting wild as soon as it sees me. I don't have the stamina to calm down such a strong horse. Then again, I could always use energizing elixir. Hey, now there's an idea. I could share some of that with you. Wow, a full 4/5 of a wheel there. That's not half bad. You might know this, but to catch a wild horse, you have to mount it, and then soothe it before you get bucked off. But some horses will kick and stir and make such a fuss. They wear you down before you can catch them. This is where an energizing elixir comes in. If you're trying to soothe a horse and your stamina's nearly out, drink some. Then you'll have the energy to soothe any mount, even the wildest of the wild. Oh, and if you want to know how to make that, just stew up a restless cricket with monster parts. I'm told you could get similar effects from cooking stimella shrooms as well. Okay, but what quest was this? Potential princess sightings? Let's see. The Beast and the Princess. Zelda's Golden Horse. That's what it is. Zelda's Golden Horse. Might as well do that while we're here, after we've, investigated the well there. Mr. Jason says you can get closer to horses if you have a stable relationship with them. Classic. Very classic. I think that's at least 6 jokes today. Alright, let's see, anything in here? Fairies that I definitely want and am willing to get frozen out. Oh, right, it's a cave. Fun fact for those that are maybe familiar with Breath of the Wild systems, or even Tears of the Kingdom for that matter, but haven't gone into a cave yet, if you are in a cave in a cold or a hot place, that if there's a temperature or like some sort of temperature outside, it's not functional in the cave. It's like it's a normal area, quote unquote, which is really, really great. If you need to cool off for a second and there's a nearby cave, try stepping into one. You might be surprised at how well you'll manage to recover before, you know, setting foot back out into the hot or cold again. Especially if you have limited, you know, environmental tolerance bonuses, heat resistance or cool resistance. Let's see, you purchase like the bare minimum or something. Having a good working knowledge of where caves are can save you in a tight pinch. Really, truly, it can. All right, we've checked that out. Oh, did I miss things on YouTube? Low Polly says, except for the Death Mountain caves. Welcome on in, Low Polly. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We just wrapped up with all of the caves, with the exception of... Oh, there is one cave, and I have not checked it out yet. That is over here. We are wrapping up caves before we move into the depths under the Pikida region. How are things in your slice of terra firma? And, what is your level of experience or familiarity with Tears of the Kingdom? If and you don't mind my asking. Mr. Shiny says, speaking of stables, in order to become a stable worker, you actually aren't supposed to horse around. Make that 7 jokes. Also, yes, we have quite a few spinsters in the audience. There are a lot of people making puns today. I am truly blessed with a fantastic audience. A lot of people have started catching on and started making puns themselves. It's pretty great, all things considered. I do quite enjoy my audience's humor. I balance it out. I'm a more serious person. I'm not like a super jokester or anything. Low Polly says, would you believe 1,600 hours? I could believe it. I actually have a lot of veterans that stop by amongst my audience. I do, in fact, have a lot of them. 1,600 hours is insane, though. I think most of the people that have talked to me about their, you know, Tears of the Kingdom hours would say something like between 200 and like 400 or 500 hours. Never mind more. Never mind like twice that amount. Low Poly goes on to say challenge runs and stuff add up. That would make a lot of sense. So, I take it you're a challenge runner then with that line. What kind of challenge runs do you, do with, Tears of the Kingdom? Or, you know, Breath of the Wild or other similar games, if you don't mind my asking. Mr. Shiny says, with how fast it's spreading, you could call it a pandemic. Yup. That wasn't even forced either. Both of those were pretty good. Both of those were pretty good puns. Right over here. And of course, new cave, new bubble frog. Since we have new people coming in, I think I'll mention some tidbits about myself for those that are tuning in with their ears and not so much with their eyes or haven't been here in a while. Hi, my name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. I'm like the change in your pocket. Pretty easy to say. I am an action-adventure and RPG enthusiast. JRPGs, CRPGs, ARPGs, hack and slash. We do be slipping, though. I don't want, Is it Donald? Oh, no. Break that out immediately. Thank you, Tulin. Much appreciated. ARPGs, CRPGs, TTRPGs, like any RPG, almost. Even some, like, third-person shooters like Mass Effect. I've done a lot of that over the years. So if you guys like that sort of content, and you guys love the storytelling in role-playing games, you guys will enjoy the stuff on my channel, for the most part. Low Poly says glitch stuff only. That's pretty cool. So, like, low percent or 0% runs, probably. Since we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom and everything, what was the lowest percentage you had in terms of a completion stat for the game? I don't know if that's something you would know, like, easily, but I am curious. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I just loaded up your my second Animal Crossing New Leaf Town, and Isabel celebrated 11 years since you took office as the mayor. One of the options that you could pick was keep voting for me. Wow. And I'm definitely going to assume some amount of that time was being an absentee mayor, right, Mr. Jason? I'm just gonna eat all this. The apple chug, everybody. I know I could cook up some apples, but I would rather wait to be at a station for that until a bit later. Oh, that is an interesting problem. Absolutely, says Mr. Jason. Thought so. Hello, Misko's treasure. No, I did not mean to do that. Dang it. Well, I'm not really much of a glitch enthusiast or anything. I do have people, I've had a couple people, have an enthusiasm for glitches, and, their company has been a godsend as well. A glitch hunter, actually sourced the object map that I'm using to help me find some of the stuff for the 100% Let's Play that we're doing. His name is Mr. NK, and he's basically been trying to rev up some challenge running chops when he's not in school or anything, or things of that sort. Okay, I need to, like... This would be easier if I had frog armor or something, but I don't. And you slip. The slightest thing causes slippage. I feel like I should probably, just kind of go over here and, try to figure out some other way of getting up there. Maybe, probably. Maybe something like this. Gotta be very quick on my feet about it. Low Poly says, using alt saves to bring items into clean saves with empty inventory. You don't have a percentage. You still have an early version prior to patches. Yeah, that checks out. Mr. NK, that's been like a semi-frequent visitor, has basically told me the same thing. He like plays on the 1.0 version or like earlier versions pretty exclusively, just for the ability to glitch, and glitch lots of stuff, which I think is cool. I don't have the acumen for that. 1.0.0? Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, we found our bubble frog, and now the only thing left to do is to get over to the other side where one of Misko's, like, clothing items is. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Maybe if I grab right there? Yeah, I got it. Grabbed at the right spot. Now, I suppose one other thing I should say is this playthrough is coming off of the back of the 100% in air quotes playthrough of Breath of the Wild. I have completed the previous game already, so I'm like familiar with the systems of the engine, and I've had like somewhat of a familiarity with systems in Tears of the Kingdom as well. Not every system, but a lot, quite a lot of them. The only thing I really don't have like a clean, easy time with is Ultra Hand, and that's only because spatial awareness and spatial manipulation in Tears of the Kingdom leaves a little something to be desired. Not to mention sometimes, you know, dense head. Like that that probably goes a bit without saying. But I am quite used to both like this game engine as a whole. Low Poly, have you also since you have had 1600 hours, have you done a 100% playthrough yourself, or strictly stuck to glitch playthroughs? Just curious. I always like to get a good sense of where my audience is in terms of their overall experience. It might give us stuff to talk about, among other things. Mr. Jason says, using alt saves? Nah, I just use the Switch 2 editions and the Zelda notes. That allows for duplicating weapons and items at a fixed rate, from what I understand. Mr. Shiny says, I play mainly on the latest versions of games, but you have done some glitches before. For example, you've gotten enough star fragments to max your gear by using the inventory transfer glitch. I think I've got that correct. I may have gotten the exact acronym wrong, but I feel like the concept is correct. Frostbite trousers. Made for ancient rituals, this item's cold-absorbing cloth produces frost in low-temperature environments. Item transmutation glitch. Okay, not close at all. Transmutation and transfer are two different things. And you know, I really should have, I couldn't have known from the acronym, right? But as someone who was a World of Warcraft veteran for a while, transmogrification or transmutation are both terms I'm very familiar with. There are lots of things that are transmogged and transmuted. Low Poly says 100% and close to 100% for other exploring. Ah. So yeah, you've run the whole spectrum. Not that I didn't believe the 1600 hours or anything, but some people are very dedicated. You could do 1600 hours doing one thing. That's hard to do, but you can do it. So I was just curious as to the depths of your experience there more than anything. Mr. Jason says, I'm surprised actually, Mr. Coin. You love your Nintendo 3DS systems, like you love your Nintendo Switch systems, but you never thought that you would return to Nintendo 3DS games. I mean, the 3DS has like good games on it. Un momento per favore. I'll be right back. Let's see. I can probably get this in without, if you look at the left-hand side of your screen, just bring it out of focus just enough. I have one. And on it is a game very near, dear, and beloved to my heart. And that is Shin Megami Tensei 4. Oh, the number of hours I would spend in that JRPG is phenomenal. I have not had the opportunity to play New Game Plus, but I have spent a lot of hours in SMT4. It's got those are just a few of the great games. You've got you got the Kirby games. I think there's I'm forgetting names already. It's the one that involved a lot of technology and machines and stuff. I'm definitely blanking on the name right now. You have Bravely Default, which I believe started as a 3DS title. You got quite a few Smash hits. You even have like Smash Brothers 3DS, which was basically a 3D port of Super Smash Brothers Wii U, like it like version number 4 in the series. There are quite a few gems on that. Don't underestimate a good quality 3DS game.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for commercial break. We do take those at the top of every hour. There will be a little timer at the start of the next hour, right up here above my camera. It'll be 3 minutes long. When that timer is over, I'll have returned to my desk, and we can get right back to gaming. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so far. You guys have been fantastic. I really do appreciate the company today. And I know today has kind of been slow going, but believe it or not, we actually got over the hill in terms of progress today. With the only thing we have left is the depths, and that's kind of a straight shot. And we should probably do that before things get too gnarly. And then maybe, if we've got the time, we can take care of that horse quest and get another the Princess Zelda sightings done and dusted. Let's go ahead and teleport over. I do all my shilling in the first 2 hours, so you're not going to really hear anything from me in that regard. For the remaining 2 hours, I structure my stream like that on purpose. Again, thank you guys for hanging with me. I really do appreciate it. Let's catch up on messages before I have to read them after the commercial break, eh? I highly recommend you guys take a break with me on that, by the way. So that, we all take a break at the same time and we come back at the same time. Nobody misses out on anything. Let's see. Let me start with the YouTube side. You don't play... Low Poly says you don't play mini games. Just one game. Way too much. Fair. I think for me, that game would have been... Well, in my youth, it would have been World of Warcraft. And then, when I got older, like, beyond college age, or, like, right when I was going back to college for, like, the second time, it ended up being... like Dark Souls 3, I played that for many hours. Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, I played that for like over 1,000 hours. I think I've got almost 1,000 hours, or right at 1,000 hours, something like that. I've definitely played a few games quite a bit too much over the years. I know that feeling. I guess perhaps I've had the fortune to spread that out, so it's not all one game all the time. I kind of get bored of I don't know if I could do 1,600 hours in a game, and at least for you, it almost sounds like that's what you do all the time, because you've said that. So I wonder if you have broken up that playtime with other stuff, just out of curiosity. Moving back over to Twitch, Mr. Shiny says, in a nutshell, you need a shop, items you are willing to lose in the process, and a bunch of multi-shot bows to perform menu overloads. I think I've heard about menu overloading before. That sounds familiar. Mr. Shiny says, quite frankly, it's a very easy glitch to perform. You still need 5,900... Yeah, 5,900 points for the thing. Wow. 5,900 points. Points to what? We're talking about Breath of the Wild here, right? I'm trying to think of, like, point systems there. Like, points. Could be rupees, could be mons, could be a few things. I'll be interested in the... Oh! That was a completely different sentence. That was a completely different sentence. Had nothing to do with the conversation on hand. Wow. 5,900 points for what the thing the fox doesn't say. Yeah, when we get back from our commercial break, I will be more than happy to discuss the channel point rewards. Speaking of, see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. It's not the ads. I wish I didn't have to do that. I truly, truly do. But... And truly, if I were streaming to just YouTube, right, then I wouldn't do that. Because I'm not a partner. But... for the folks on Twitch, in an effort to keep things consistent between platforms, I try to structure the breaks in such a way that even though I could play like 90 seconds of ads, right? Not only do I try to structure the ad breaks so that we all take them at the same time, I need them to be at a length that works for me. And I need at least 3 minutes to get up and stretch. I guess I don't have to fill that with ads, right? I'm always thinking about, you know, when to play ads and how much. And ultimately, at the end of the day, most people recommend an ad blocker. I'm just going to be straight up with you. Even if it gets me in trouble on Twitch and YouTube, gonna recommend the ad blocker anyway. When the US government is straight up telling you you need an ad block in order to surf the internet safely, you should get an ad blocker. If you want to cut out the ads for those on Twitch, then you sub. When you sub, you give that to Twitch. If you want to help, like, be generous to me, then you should use either Patreon or Coffee. I get more of that directly. That was like a baseline for, you know, what do you look to get out of your streaming platforms and how much you should get out of them. That's what I try to think about. Like, if I were subbing to someone, I sub with the express intention of cutting out the ads, understanding that Twitch takes half. Coming back up on chat messages. Hello, Ammon Home. Well, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You say you should change your profile picture to Clippy if you want to rebel against big corporate giant control. I would love to, but I need people to recognize me, and Clippy doesn't help me do that. That said, I could consider putting that on the React channel though, which hasn't gotten any use as of yet. Or other places where I could put a picture of Clippy, but I need my main YouTube channel to be recognizable. But I'll keep your suggestion in mind. And then you go on to say, oh yeah, I definitely use an ad blocker. I use Brave browser with aggressive settings. Yeah, on my streaming computer, I use Brave. On my gaming computer, I use Opera. And I tend to aggressively block out ads myself. Ammon Home goes on to say, that's fine. Keep in mind your suggestion comes from Louis Rospin. Yep, I know who you're talking about. Kind of got a round, like a beveled face. And he's put out a video about why people are changing their profiles to Clippy and why you should change it to Clippy. Yep. I'm very familiar with that particular video. Definitely worth considering. I'm just having to, you know, weigh the pros and cons, right? I like, if you're not making content, right, then you have nothing to worry about. For those that aren't making content, I definitely recommend changing your profile picture to Clippy. If you're making content, that's where things get more complicated. But that's just me. You've come in at a relatively good time, Ammon Home. We are just about to get started mapping out the light routes in the depths of the Pikida region, which I can go ahead and be mapping while we're chatting it up with one another. How are things in your little slice of terra firma? And if you don't mind my asking, what is your level of experience or familiarity with, with Tears of the Kingdom? Excuse me. I almost misspoke there. Let's see. One there. I feel like I need to change out the strips in... Oh, right, I don't have a strip in here. I need to go, request one of our gnat zapping devices. Yay. Right there. Oh, come on. Yep, there we go. That's number 3. And then number 4. Thankfully, there aren't too many shrines here, which is good. Mr. Shiny says, I could certainly make your Clippy persona. I mean, yeah, if you're not making content, why not? You know, stick it to the big corpos that think they can get away with manipulating and selling our data. I have to play the game, quote unquote. Ammon Home says, I think when you stream on Twitch, you're owned by Amazon, and when you stream on YouTube, you're owned by Google. I don't think you truly own your content. I'm not trying to be rude. No, that's fair. I own the videos that I put in. I don't necessarily own the content I make. Once I upload it, you know, I understand that I am selling it off, quote unquote, to Amazon or to Google to be used however they see fit. And then Ammon Home goes on to say, I have my version of Tears of the Kingdom on 1.0.0 to keep duplication glitches. Makes sense. So you're probably a veteran in any case, which you verify when you say it, which explains why in your experience you have 10 Savage Lionel bows. Yeah, that's definitely a hallmark of a veteran, I'll tell you that. I get quite a lot of veterans in here. Most of my audience has been veterans, actually. I've only had a handful of people that have had only passing familiarity with Tears of the Kingdom. If and you don't mind my asking, since you keep a previous version, do you generally enjoy Tears of the Kingdom, Ammon Home? And then you go on to say, oh, no, you do own your video files locally. Right, but I only own, you know, the video itself, right? Like, the content on it, I don't own. Like, I'm getting real technical. What am I next to? I don't know, but we're gonna find out when we light up the light route. Ammon Home says, I do enjoy Tears of the Kingdom. Awesome. Me too. I do enjoy it. I'm glad that my audience has voted for this game. I had a pretty strong feeling that we would have played, this channel, would have played it eventually. But it's always nice when I can do something my audience asks for. And I'm happy that people did vote on that. And I'm hoping that whatever people, you know, vote on in like the coming 6 months from now, you know, assuming that the world doesn't go to complete hell in the meantime, and, you know, the internet is well and truly dead, and, you know, people, like, the internet gets mass deleted, quote unquote. Assuming none of that happens, I tagged the ground, I did not tag the hover bike. Let's fix that. I do hope that what I can next bring to the audience, whether that be, you know, challenge running Elden Ring Reforged again, or I'd have to whip out the poll, take a look at some of the options. I know one of them is going back and completing Baldur's Gate 3. I know another one is Stardew Valley plus mods. I hope that if people want those experiences, that I can bring them some enjoyment with that too. Otherwise, God, am I failing so hard as a streamer if I can't even do that. And really, you know, outside of my serious persona, I'm kind of just waxing real for a couple of minutes. I go out of my way to tell people I'm not Markiplier. I'm not Jacksepticeye. I'm not PewDiePie. I'm not Kai Cenat. I'm not Iron Mouse. You know, I am not necessarily looking to make people laugh 24/7. Because I think the idea that if we're laughing or reacting like in extremes to things all the time, you know, we're burying our collective heads in escapism. Well, actually, real terrible things are happening. So I there are times where we do definitely talk about where we do definitely I'm sorry, my brain just absolutely broke there. We do our best to approach, like we do approach serious subjects. We do talk about, like, global conflict. We do talk about philosophy or religion, but we do talk about those things. But I make it a goal on my channel to do so respectfully. And if people can't be respectful for any reason, then we stop talking about it. My audience is pretty well behaved. I haven't actually had to dispel anything, or like dispel arguments yet. And I feel blessed in that as well. What I do have instead of humor is the ability to do what a lot of entertainers, for perhaps obvious reasons, don't do, and that is talk about serious stuff. And I get it, you know, I do in fact get it. Like sponsorships, right? Sponsors flee when they hear words like pandemic or you know, civil war or Israel or Palestine or COVID-19. Just there are so many things that are just absolutely anathema to sponsors. It's not funny. Got it. And until I reach a point where I should be, I'm heading towards the wrong marker. Until I reach a point where I am sponsored and I have to start worrying about that myself, I'm going to do my best to pride myself on being real and not burying my head, or not having our heads buried in the sand, ignoring what's going on, unless that's something we collectively want to do together. I just have to be, there are certain things I, as a U.S. citizen, can't talk about, and I do have to be careful about that. Speech is all well and good, but I want to be able to talk to you guys, not end up in cuffs. I have to be careful. Let me go and make sure I haven't missed too many chat messages. Ammon Home says, don't say that to yourself. You do what's best. I appreciate that. Don't try to fight against the algorithm. Well, I mean, like I said, with my main channel, with the main channels, I'm gonna play the game. But I can show my solidarity in other ways. Like, with my other channels, I can put a picture of Clippy on those. I can. I just can't be, like, super public facing about it. You know, and I've tried, and just like right now, and I've said it a number of other times when this conversation has cropped up, you aren't the first, for the record. You know, if you can, you know, stick it to establishment, do. Because the big establishment, the big corporations, big government, is stepping on us as citizens. And unless we do something meaningful, like if you do nothing, that, you know, that's what your resistance will amount to. Nothing. At least by doing something, you know, you can at least say you've done something. Ammon Holmes says, you're a small streamer. I am relatively small, yes. Of course, algorithms won't respect you immediately. Algorithms mostly only care about big guys and big corporate giants. That's true. I would agree with that sentiment. Unless the name Palantir shows up. Palantir is a military hardware, like software installation or company that does cybersecurity installs and surveillance installs for nations around the world. Israel is a pretty big, well-known purchaser of Palantir, and the US is like the second biggest purchaser of Palantir software. The AI systems developed by Palantir are very good. They can do things like if you have an open mic on your phone, they can wiretap you. I mean, companies and governments could already do that anyway, but this makes the burner phones in market stalls look like child's play. If I don't do something, or if I don't show support while the algorithm is only affecting the big people, then by the time it hits me, it's way too late, right? Mr. Shiny says, my personal philosophy is, if you're wondering what you're saying is appropriate, don't say it. I would agree, under ideal circumstances. What happens when the circumstances are less than ideal and you're forced to speak? You're forced to say things that are, the circumstances or the thing that you're going to say is not necessarily inappropriate, but the circumstance makes it inappropriate. What do you do then? Do you take the path of least resistance? Or at some point do you just shrug and say, okay, if the basic act of speaking is resistance, then I'll just lean full force. Or I'll figure out what method of resistance is appropriate for me, yada yada. Yeah, you mean it in normal circumstances. Fair enough. But it certainly is an interesting thought experiment, isn't it? Are we missing Lightroot? Let's see. Muikoro. Yisuyam. Adwan, which I think is the one we just lit up. Yunasoso. And the one in the Ikatoyam Lightroot that we got when we cleared out the labyrinth. Okay, yep, that's all the Lightroots. And then outside of that, what I'll do is I will map these like areas without opening or triggering anything off camera, and we will definitely be able to come back to these at a later date. Let me go ahead and edit these and put pins around the obvious structures. One of them is definitely that mine for sure. This isn't... Oh, actually, is that available? Yeah, actually, this one's also available, and I know that's an enemy spawn. I think that's the last, Colgera spawn. I think the only thing that I really would want to check out right now is the Bargainer statue, because I think we get some other stuff. Plus, I'm a bit low on puff shrooms, which I know we can exchange for at the Bargainer statues. We're steadily eking out that climb to 100%. Slowly, but surely, little by little. Mr. Shiny says it has to be. We've done the Wind Temple. Yes, I think so too. And just based on what I know about placement, about the various boss underground boss rematch placements. I'm pretty sure that's Colgera, but I unless I don't want to look it up, or I would oh boy, I don't want to spoil it immediately. Cliff Bargainer statue. Gentlemen, I would like it to maybe not do that. You mind, like, buzzing off somewhere else? Thanks. Let me double check messages here. Just to kind of truncate that previous discussion regarding, like, Clippy. Here's what I'll say. As small as I am, I'm gonna say it anyway. If you are not a content creator and you don't even have to think about the algorithm, heavily consider changing your profile page to Clippy. It sounds like not a lot of people are doing it, and I think right now there's like 2%, roughly 2% of YouTube users are doing it. I could be misremembering the stats last time I checked, but 2% sounds small, right? But if you add to that percentage, eventually it'll turn into 3, and then 4, and then 6. Just even if taking action feels or seems ineffective, that doesn't mean you shouldn't take it. It just means you shouldn't expect results. One of the things I'll also say is activism in the modern era has become a lot more difficult to do because people have been conditioned to not they have been conditioned for instant gratification, right? I don't want to say lack of discipline, because it's not like people suddenly lose lack of discipline. It's that their tolerance for discomfort has gotten lower, and people go not quite as long without wanting to do something to abate the discomfort. And those that create the people that create the intolerable, inhospitable systems are counting on that as a means to placate people and to pacify them and make them fearful. It's important to take time to disconnect from creature comforts at points, or that conditioning is absolute. Mr. Shiny says, do you prefer battle theme in Breath of the Wild, or between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? I think Tears of the Kingdom has the better battle theme. I think it's got more polish. The musical scores in Tears of the Kingdom so far, I think, have had a lot more polish as well. That doesn't mean the Breath of the Wild music is bad. All I mean to say is that Tears of the Kingdom just has the better musical score, in my opinion. That said, I'm curious what other people think, Mr. Jason and others. You know, do you guys have a musical preference between Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? Or do you not have enough enough personal context to answer that question? That's also perfectly valid. Not everyone who plays Tears of the Kingdom plays Breath of the Wild, and vice versa. You who stand before me, make an offering. Offer pose to me, spirits that ought to return to the afterlife. They are pitiful beings who have lost their way home and wander this land. I am one who returns all pose to the afterlife, without prejudice. Good, evil? That's the feudal perspective of narrow-minded beings. There is no such distinction in wandering spirits. I take it you have encountered my brethren. Stay a moment and listen. My brethren and I have combined our power to create the Hood of the Depths. If you desire it, you must make a suitable offering. The Hood is 300. I will take that. And I'm confident I will be able to farm. Oh, we have both hoods. Yeah, I guess we're completing 2 sets right away. Headwear obtained by offering pose to a strange statue. It resembles the head of a monster born of shadow, and its eyes glow eerie red in the dark. And a hood acquired by offering pose to... Oh, that sentence is the same. Woven of monstrous materials, it offers some resistance to gloom. Wow, 600? I only have room to pick up 6 puff shrooms. Sadness. And I can't even pick up 6 of them. Yikes. Seek my brethren in this land. If you do so, you may receive further blessings. I don't doubt it, Sir Bargainer Statue. One other thing I think we're going to do before we, head to the tower, because that's like the first thing we should do, is we're going to go... I had the location in mind. I'm looking for the chief. Oh, right. It's the chief goddess statue. That's what I'm looking for. It's probably a... Yeah, it's probably a side quest. Yep, it's right here. We're gonna go right here. And, we're gonna... see what that's about. Then we're going to go take care of the horse quest, and then we're going to go to Typhlo. Yep, that we're I think maybe 5-ish streams, and we'll be in Eldin. And here a little bit of a preview for those that have not been here before and don't know how my process works for games like this that are regional or that have regional maps unlocked to them. I focus a region down first, with the exception of places where I know the story takes place. Like we did with Tulin. When we get over to the Eldin region, we're going to focus on the story first. We're going to grab the tower like normal, but we're not going to do anything except story content. Go to the relevant necessary caves, go to the relevant necessary shrines, and so on. And then only after we complete, the necessary relevant story do we then do the extra bonus or the extra side stuff. I needed that drink. Mr. Shiny says, overall, you agree that Tears of the Kingdom has better music. I think Breath of the Wild has an edge when it comes to the common battle theme. It feels more energetic, so something you look for in battle themes. Fair. I'll listen over the Breath of the Wild battle music again when I've got the time, and I'll revisit that question, maybe perhaps with a different answer. Hopefully by tomorrow. I am salivating over what tonight's potential dinner is supposed to be. I'm pretty sure our pay hit, so we're gonna be ordering some stuff from Firehouse Subs, and I am a huge fan of Firehouse Subs. I like the... I generally like the subs that I get from them. It tipped over, that's right. I didn't even notice that on the way in the first time. But, I'm salivating over potential meatball sandwich or sub, or something with avocado in it, which I know Firehouse Subs has at least one thing with avocado in it. I do like avocado on sandwiches and guacamole and so on. And I probably might even like avocado if I got it at the right time. But if there's anything I don't like about avocado is if it starts going bad, oh, that stuff stinks. it's like you're eating raw sulfur from a volcano or something. The goddess statue's been toppled. Yeah. The vast canyon turned out to refer to the forgotten temple, where you found a great goddess statue that had been toppled over. Report the bad news to the goddess statue at the Spring of Power. Yeah, I suppose we can do that. Just real quick. Probably right over here. Aelin says, hey, any bitches rammed? If by rammed you mean with explosive devices or Zonai machines? No, not particularly. That can be fixed, but it's going to take some time. Also, welcome on in. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, okay, Aelin. Not every day can have an explosion-filled fun fest. Not every day can bitches truly be rammed. I would say put that on a shirt, but A, I'm not sure that would sell, and B, I'm pretty sure it'd have to be a place like Spencer's or whatever. That'd be about the only place that would sell shirts like that. And at that point, you're really not selling to the widest possible audience. Mr. Shiny says, what I meant by common battle, I mean the field battle theme. Oh, yeah, you know what? That is kind of coming back to me. Something that you hear when fighting, bokoblins and other common critters. Yeah, I think I know the tune. I could see why you would like it. Yeah, it has more action, for sure. What I don't know is why I really should sit down with and confirm why I might prefer the Tears of the Kingdom. I think it's just a smoother track. But I'm actually no longer even 100% sold on my opinion. So fair enough. Aelin says, but why? It's fun. I mean, yes, shooting things with explosives or, you know, using Zonai devices to kill enemies is fun. But there's still gotta be a limit. You'll run out of resources if all you do is ram them. You gotta space that out. You truly gotta make the activity of ramming worthwhile. I can't even believe we're even saying it. I'm even saying it like this. God, I did not think the phrases would leave my mouth, but they do. Mr. Shiny, okay, but in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, bitches can be rammed. You know what? You're right. You're right, Mr. Shiny. And you can even take Zonai devices into town, I'm pretty sure. I bet that'll scare the populace real good. Aelin goes on to say, oh, that would definitely sell? I'm sure it does. I'm sure it would sell. I don't think it would sell enough. Also, I would have a bunch of Christian moms all yelling about, why the heck are you selling this profane shirt? In the store. Get this, you know, like a collective shout, like group of people. You know what I'm saying? Aelin says, me and my mother would buy that. I mean, fair. Fair, but... like, that's the sort of thing that wouldn't particularly, If this is like an indirect way of pitching merch, which I doubt it is. I think it's just a fun little conversation. But if it's like this sideways angle at purchasing merch, I have thought about that. And then I came to the same conclusion. I told my, one of my streamer associates who has twice as many followers as me and about the same number of concurrent viewers. We're both too small for that type of stuff. Merch has got to be for like medium or large size streamers and content creators. And I'm not even sure I would put that on merch. That's the kind of thing that can get out to like real world friends and I'm not sure I want my real-world friends and real-world associates thinking this is what I sell to people. There are a lot of different interlayering things I'm talking about there. Is this true? The goddess statue in that canyon has been toppled? These are ill tidings, devout swordsman. That is the mother goddess statue. I implore you to help me restore her. Seek the red spirit Dinral, wreathed in flame as she dances across the heavens. When you have gained Dinral's claw, offer it at this spring. Who's Dinral? A spirit who takes the form of a great red dragon, long in shape. Look to the sky north of Death Mountain and you may find Dinral there. Devout swordsman, lend me your aid. Where's Dinral's claw? I speak of the sharp claws, wreathed in flame, on the tips of the red spirit's limbs. One who approaches too closely puts themselves at great risk. Shoot from afar and a fragment should fall safely to the earth. I'll take care of it. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, first we need to build a brand before we can do that. Or before we can do business. I agree. And for me to do that, I probably... This is like a smaller reason why I'm an off-again, on-again challenge runner, is challenge running is a way of putting records on the map and saying I've actually done something. Even if it's something small, something niche, something fringe, it is still something. How do you think Gino Machino and Squillakilla got their audience? Most of it was luck and streaming every day for sure, but some other part of it was also being known for something on the map. They're both partnered streamers. They both make money. They both do other stuff on top of streaming because it's not stable income. But they both have built a brand by being challenge runners. Please, I beg this of you. The goddess statue of the Spring of Power was saddened to hear that the great goddess statue had been toppled. She asked you to help her restore it. We will, Mother Hylia, we will. You needn't worry about that. But first, we got plenty of other business we must stand on. And one of those things, for sure, is a date with a Frostgliok. Mr. Shiny says, oh, this, with how the game's internal clock works in Tears of the Kingdom, this quest might drag on. Can I ram it? I can try. I mean, I kind of have to. A lot of times. But yes, I can ram the Gliok. I do not know how well that is going to, go over, but we're going to try. And who are you? Donkey from Shrek. That'll do, Donkey. That'll do. You're not getting a Michael Myers impression out of... Is it Michael Myers? I think it's... it might be Mike Myers. But, I can't do... even though I am the grandson of... I'm sorry, the great-grandson of a long-since dead Scottish immigrant. That does not mean I can do a Scottish accent without being really untoward about it. I am also not heading at all the right way toward the quest. Michael Myers is the mask-wearing murderer, so that's not who I'm thinking of then. Austin Powers, that's who I'm thinking of. The voice actor or / screen actor for Austin Powers, that guy. That's who I'm thinking of. I cannot do an impression. of him. I also don't think I certainly cannot do a Sean Connery impression either. And I know for a fact that man is Scottish. Like, there are some great people that come out of Scotland. I am not cut from their cloth, I'm afraid. Nope, it is a side quest. No, actually, it is a side adventure. That's right. It is the Zelda's Golden Horse. Yes, I know what you're gonna say, game, but believe me when I tell you. It's right over here. We need to keep heading this way for a while. Alan says I could do a mad Tom Hanks impression as Forrest Gump. Oh god. Life always was like a box of chocolates. Something along those lines. It's just a basic southern drawl. I say it's just basic. Some people can't do that. It's a southern drawl, but with Tom Hanks's voice. And like the trick is that he sounds a bit like a hillbilly. A special hillbilly, in addition to just being, exercising a southern drawl. I was born in the deep south. I have a southern drawl. I could certainly, I can exercise it a little bit, but it's kind of hard to maintain, and I sound really stupid when I continue to maintain it. Have we gotten have we dragged the irony on long enough? Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was a really bad southern drawl, too. Come on, Frost Gleok. Yes. And you know what? I have farmed up a good bow for such a moment. No. All right. You guys want explosions? Also, before that, Gleoks are hard. And I will definitely try to do a southern drawl of Aelin's last statement there after this fight. But Gleoks are a time where I gotta focus, or I'm definitely, I'm definitely dying. So with that, I have a nice little overlay that's gonna pop up on the screen right now. I can still say hi. I can still be chatty, but, I want to beat the boss. I want to beat the field boss. See you guys on the other side of all this. All right. Well, that didn't take too long, and I even managed to fully ram it with the boom booms. How neat was that? Have we sufficiently rammed the bitches today? I certainly hope so. Not that I'm not willing to put more enemies through an explosion, but finishing off a Gleeok with explosions instead of an elementally charged arrow is less than ideal. At least from my experience. Okay, so now what I need to know is somewhere to the north, huge monster in the fields. So is our friend the horse up north or down south from here? Is it just short of the is it just short of the Gleeok? Because I think I was told, Mr. Jason said something earlier about me being able to find the horse without triggering, or get on the horse without triggering it, if I remember right. And I think I take a picture of a horse? I guess I can check the compendium. That's one really nice thing about the new compendium, is that this isn't just a bunch of slots with pictures. It's way more sorted out, which is really nice. Target with sensor. But is it going to be the correct horse? Or is it only going to search for horses of a specific color? I guess we're gonna find that out. But that's a Frost Gleeok for you. This horse is different? Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it's different. Of course it can't be searched for using the sensor. Has their own compendium entry. I guess that checks out. Okay, I guess I just gotta keep my eyes peeled, right? Not much to do about that. And hopefully, hopefully I won't have to go looking over looking all around the snowy creations of the goddess Hylia herself. Aelin says, to be fair, so do both of the big horses. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I was just hoping that wouldn't be the case. That's my bad. Clearly I should have known better. And I definitely will going forward. Everything has its own compendium entry, or just about its own compendium entry. At this point, though, when I start expecting the compendium entry, there's going to be a time where I expect one and there won't be one. Oh, is that it there? Of course. No, there's no way that is. I don't think so. These guys are just going to respawn, though, unfortunately. In like just a few minutes. Stop. I did not ask to be mobbed by... there's the other stick that I was looking for. We can put the flux core on that. Tulin, who are you shooting at? There it is right there. Oh no, that's just paraglider fabric. Needed to snip that for other reasons. Oh, there's no way any of this is the correct horse. We may or may not be looking up that horse. I don't know. I might give a couple more solid attempts at finding said horse, but I really feel like this is the sort of horse that would have gotten captured by a monster. Like, I just think that makes the most sense. That it's been captured by some force. Oh, trust me, you will know what horse that is when you see it. Very, very well, Mr. Shiny. I'll trust in that. Get out of here with that. Dang it. If anything, it might make you chuckle a bit. Thanks, Zelda, but we don't need to hear it again. And that those bokoblins that I just killed definitely just respawned back on the wagon. Oh, no, they didn't. But they did probably spawn at their original position, though. Alright. Out of here with you. And who are you sniping at, Tulin? Yep, there's the Frost Gleeok. Sure enough, sure as white on rice, right there. I should say I probably can't overextend stream time today, as I have, I do have to go help place the dinner order and everything. So I have to be out sharp right at 5 p.m. in around 4-ish minutes. So our stream is not quite 4 hours today. So we have at least about that much time to try to find this horse. You could try grabbing a random horse and travel north. It might be up there toward the iceberg. I'm moving faster, you know, on shield right now. And I can also whip out a hover bike and try to go looking around for it. But let's see if we can't find this in like 4 minutes, right? We've got a little time. A little. Ah, I think I have found our friend the horse. That was really, really far north. Really, really far north. It's an actual golden horse. Wow. It's against the law to be that gold. It's just so yellow. It's a literal golden horse.
It's against the law.
Well, you know what we do with horses and phenomena that are against the law? We rein them in and bring them surefire justice. In our case, we're gonna get on top of this horse. You know, just no extra prep beyond a save. And we won't even need our good friend, the Sheikah armor set. Come on. Okay, that's the easy part. You know what the hard part is? Are you, Mr. Shiny says also, this horse gains 100% bond with you once you soothe it. Is this your way of saying I don't need to spam soothe, for a while? Frick. No! No! Show them the meaning of the word haste. No, I do still need to, you know, use L from time to time. Thank goodness Gleeok beams are slower than golden horse hooves, eh? Grand Theft Palomino accomplished. I am definitely keeping this horse, and we are definitely feeding it like golden apples and carrots after this. Good job, buddy. Assuming we get to keep the horse, that is. We probably don't, but... Oh, was I wrong? You can try registering it to see. Are we gonna be able to do that? Maybe if we... Maybe if we, like, talk here first. Thanks for coming in such bad weather. Welcome, welcome. You've reached Snowfield Stable. Thank you for supporting the Stable Association. Since this is your first time here, we never visited? Okay. We'll add 1 pony to your pony points. Now then, once again. Wait, Link, that horse! Is it that the golden horse that ran away from our stable? I don't know what to say. Thank you so much for going to the trouble bringing it back here. But Harlow was the one looking after that horse, so would you mind bringing it back to her? She should be around here. She's been so worried ever since that poor thing ran away. Please go put her mind at ease. Let me register the horse. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We'll turn it in first. Time was... Hold on. What's this world coming to? Time was, you looked at the sky in the day and you see the sun and some clouds, and at night the moon and stars. But nowadays you look up and see floating islands and ships and all sorts of strange things. It's hard to look to the future with anything but anxiety right now. I feel that. It's hard to look up into the sky and not think of anything but gunpowder, nuclear bombs, warring countries, and people being hecka upset with each other. And that's putting it real mildly. It's hard not to be anxious these days. Oh, look who's finally back home. No doubt about it. That is Princess Zelda's steed for certain. I've been worried sick, but now you found it. Huh? When did you? Oh, never mind. Pen, be more observant. Pen definitely has this going on. It's like, when did you get here? Why are you riding a gold horse? I've just been busy talking to pigeons. So, partner, when you show up and save the day in the middle of my important work here, well, it kind of throws me off my saddle, you know what I'm saying? Man, I just solved the lead. I closed the lead. Try using your eyeballs and take off them damn aviators. Oh, just giving you a hard time. Damn it, I hate these sorts of interactions. I like it when people are straightforward. I don't like it all that much when people are being keen jokesters. You know, outside of, like, making puns and stuff, when people are like, I'm just pulling your leg, yeah, that kind of grinds my gears a little bit. Besides, those good deeds of yours just feather my reputation. Your reputation? You're riding my coattails. You better think twice about whose reputation you're tarnishing. You make me proud, and you leave me with disappointment, Mr. Penn. But, huh? Is it just me, or is that misplaced pony kind of gotten attached to you? I know this horse well, and I do believe you're right. Really, you'd be doing me a favor if you kept this gentle creature. Princess Zelda asked me to find someone who'd take good care of it. And in your travels around Hyrule, perhaps you'll even have a chance to reunite this horse with the princess. If that's the case, partner, then how could you say no to keeping it? Do it as a favor for the horse, at least. Wait, I want you to have this too. The Royal Bridle. This bridle is well known for being a favorite of the Hyrulean royal family. Its gold ornamentations leave an impression, but its true value lies in its solid craftsmanship. Also, please take this, the Royal Saddle. The shimmering emblem design of the saddle signifies its origins with the Hyrulean royal family. They say Princess Zelda herself once used this saddle for her own beloved horse. These are a bridle and a saddle left behind by Princess Zelda. The little one's accustomed to those, so feel free to use them. You might still be a rookie, but you're every bit as good of a reporter as I thought you'd be. Thanks to you, I'll have the full story when I write my article. We've worked together to chase 4 of the stories relating to Princess Zelda. Go on and add this to your nest egg, partner. And just one other thing. Tracy sent along a bonus for all of our hard work. We got the sleeve. We got the slip resistance. I'm feeling funky fresh. Where's this?
I'm going to bend what I want, when I want, who I want. I'm unstoppable!
A good sleeve for a rainy day. Small dimples on the fingers act as suction cups. What? That's not...
A tree. Grant me succor.
Thank you for that redemption. I never did talk about the channel points, did I? That's my bad. I'm sorry, guys. I said something and then it just totally left the pink matter, exited, went into the gray matter, back out the pink matter, back out through my ear, never, nary to be thought of again. I will fix that for next time. It's been a while since I've streamed with any level of consistency, so please do bear with me while I get my bearings straight. Thank you. Giving good grip on wet, slippery surfaces. Dimples do not, in fact, act as suction cups in the manner in which this suit is describing. But let's not take Magic Land at face value, shall we? It's pretty rare gear that'll make it easier to keep your grip on walls, even on rainy days. It's not a pair of wings, but I'm sure it'll help you still reach new heights, partner. All right, I'm off to the office to write up this whole piece for the paper. Take care, partner. Let's work again. Let's work together again soon. Zelda's Golden Horse. You found the golden horse, and Harla was beside herself when you returned the gentle creature to the stable. She asked you to take the horse as it already seemed attached to you. Pen flew off to write the whole story up for the newspaper. We have one last thing to do, my senators and inductees, and that is to finally register this horse. Shiny says, you'll warm up to Pen by the end of the whole quest. I'm sure. He's just being bristly now. That's all. Oh, that's Princess Zelda's golden horse. We're well acquainted already. You mean to register it, I presume? Yes, please. Your horse will be in good hands. You sure you want to register it? Yes. Got it. The fee to register a wild horse is 20 rupees. Will that be all right? Such as registering a new horse will add 1 point to your pony points. What reward? We get a reward. Bring me the Riordioli. Oh, it looks like you've got some points saved up, Link. If you want to get your reward, step up to the side counter where I keep the ledger, then call me over. Well then, I'll move on to the registration process. First, please enter a name for your horse. Mr. Shiny says, yep, it has max bond, but it gains it after handing it in. Nice. I was like 50% right. Which is good. It's better than being, like, totally wrong, right? Mr. Jason says, and if you don't warm up to him, you can still remain as pen pals, right? Do we know what sex the horse is? I believe, since, I think the quest referred to that horse as a he. I could be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure if it's a he or she, no matter what it is, I have a name all lined up. Mr. Jason says, and if you don't warm up to him, you can still remain as pen pals. You mean Pen himself. I'm aware of that. But it doubles as the pun for the horse. Okay. Let's see. Do I have my phone? Yes, it's right over there. Let's crunch this through Google, shall we? Because I have the name. I just need to know. The sex tells me which variation of the name I'm gonna use. Come on, phone, work with me. And then after that, I really have got to call it an episode here. Let's see. Oh, Reddit, please never change. I'll share that in just a hot minute. Okay, so Zelda tends to have female animals when she gives names to them, from what I understand about, you know, previous lore. So, with it is my distinct pleasure to welcome our good golden friend Aura into our stable. Nope, that's 2 A's. Now, bonus points on the next stream for those that can guess why I gave her that name. Yes, I do in fact want to name that horse Aura, and I want to board her for the time being. Do not need right now. Well, use the horse at a later date. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I have some rare wallpaper and flooring in Animal Crossing New Leaf, and by rare, I mean that they are not even supposed to be in the game. Oh, so they're glitched. Very well. The recycle shop floor, wall, home center floor, and wall, convenient floor, it's written twice, but I presume one of those is the convenient wall. The market floor, supermarket wall, department floor, department wall, Gracie floor, and wall. Those have to be like the wallpapers and the flooring in these places, right? That's got to be what it is. Just me thinking about why these things would be forbidden. It's got to be what these places use as flooring and wallpaper. Your horse is safe with us. Thanks for using the stable. Come back again anytime. They are the stores. Yes, good. I'm glad my intuition was on point. Speaking of being on point, it is time to save. It is time to call it quits here, everybody, my lovely senators and inductees. I've got to cut and run. I don't even have time for... I have time for a single shout out, just one. And if assuming my doc is giving me accurate information, I might even be able to be in that stream at a later point. Do yourselves a favor and go check out my good Twitch associate, Monkeyfunk 4D. He is a variety streamer and content creator like myself. He plays many, many, many different things. He wears many different hats. He is playing some, it looks like, The Last of Us. He might be playing the part 1. But if you guys want to see the original game for which the infamous or famous Netflix series has been touted, go check out that channel. I mean, he's pretty relaxed Canadian dude. I enjoy his company when I get the chance to partake in it. And outside of that, you know, the rest of the World Wide Web is your business, my lovely senators and inductees. For Monday and Tuesday, for those missed streams, I will have some Elden Ring Reforged episodes out. I'll try to publish at least 2 or 3 of those for the weekend. Especially if I'm not going to be at my house on Saturday with the client job. That's kind of up in the air, but I do intend on publishing those episodes regardless. So, my lovely senators and inductees, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. That's easy to say. I'm like the change in your pocket. And just like the change in your pocket, I come and go. but the feeling of wealth and prosperity always stays. My name is Coin. You guys are welcome back in my hallowed halls anytime. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.